Good morning. One second, guys. My camera's not working. No? Okay. What the fuck? It's the worst. There I am. How are y'all doing? Full porting into HKD today? No, but it will be full porting. Well, not full porting, but big porting. Definitely not into fucking HKD. GME's moving up a little bit in the pre-market. Looks good. Ding ding. Did you pull back in BBBY next few hours after a continuation of run for the first few hours? What? That English? Oh, did you see the pullback in BBBY? Um, sure. I mean, they could short it. What are you kind of sort of full porting into today? Revlon? Why full port? I bought January 23 $35 calls and August $10 calls. Yeah, just to shut someone up. It's my birthday. Been a VWAP disciple for this long. May all of your stonks go up bigly. Thank you so much, Sir David P. Happy birthday, dude. Rev's doing just fine. What do you think Rev is running, and how long do you think it can continue? Uh, I think Revlon is squeezing, and I don't know how long it'll continue for. You do info on Rev, or you're just feeling feisty? I'm feeling pretty feisty. Why is the basket running again? There's a lot of volatility in the market. SPY's having a little recovery on open, but should be pretty rough. Everything was down this morning. VIX is up a little bit. There's some economic data at 10 a.m., but I don't know how relevant it's going to be. Was HKD a squeeze event as well? Yeah, but you've probably missed the boat on it. It might not be true, but it looks that way. Is Revlon play result of a well-rested mind, or are you on day 5 making reckless decisions? Both. How can HKD squeeze when it IPO'd only 2 weeks ago? I think it moved to the like US market 2 weeks ago. That doesn't mean it didn't have an outstanding short position before that. GME make Max Payne $34 this week. Do you value Max Payne, and if so, how much? I really don't. It's a worthless metric. There was a time when I cared about it. That time is gone. Speaking of Greeks, taking out the leader of Al Qaeda have any effects on the market? Probably not. Opinion of Fidelity and other brokers treating Splividend as a stock split. Yeah, I don't think they are. I think there's just a lot of confusion in the call centers about how a stock split dividend is distributed, because it's distributed as a split, but for accounting purposes, it's a dividend. Um, and yeah, I can see that creating a lot of confusion. I'm not really concerned with it at all. Cat got whacked overnight. Cool. Not much. 5%. Decent chunk though. I guess earnings didn't come in as hot as people were hoping. Mm. Baffin, German SEC confirmed it. Confirmed what? That Germany distributed it incorrectly? Okay. John Wilkes Booth, thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Guys, big shout out to John Wilkes for hooking you up for the with the memberships. Welcome to Cornichon. 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 BBBY hit over 6? Yeah, it could. It seems perfectly reasonable. You know what's causing the rev squeeze? FTDs? As a 7.75 million float, they filed Chapter 11 before receiving a $1.4 billion loan. 40 something odd million of the shares outstanding are owned by one private individual. And it's throwing FTDs like crazy. It's also only in one ETF. I'm back? Maybe I was timed out yesterday. No, you were definitely here yesterday. What's your SPY PT for today? I don't know. Mm, It's a little bit of gap to fill up here at 409. We could see it hit like 404, 405 today, though, into the latter half of the day. We'll have to see what we got Jolt's like job report at 10, and then Evans is speaking. Uh, all this FOMO and Rev should send it quite a bit higher. Is that what you're counting on? Nope. Nobody was even buying the fucking calls on it. um, I think I think the FOMO is yet to come. This is just a squeeze. It's someone's being squeezed out. There's no options really supporting the move. There's some, but the OI is really slim. It's failing like 40% of its trades. It's sort of like GME in Jan of 2021, but way the fuck better. Did you grab any weeklies? No. Rev will run until whoever owns it releases shares. No, a few years ago, Revlon was worth, like $43 a share. No idea how high it'll go. If Tesla pushes up today with some T+2 action, could it be a good time to re-enter some September puts? Possibly. uh, I would be careful with it though. Most of the T+2 may already be resolved. Let me borrow 20 bucks at 100% interest. Oh, this has become very interesting. Huh. I'd be very okay with that, bipolar bear. Jesus fucking Christ. Is it too late to get into Rev? It's risky, but depends. Realistic PT for Bobby this month. Once it starts to hit that open gamma on the call side, I have no idea what's going to happen to it. I don't even know if there really is a realistic price target on it, like $10. But if it crosses $10, some crazy shit could really happen. Can someone hold my Crayolas? Jesus fuck, it's gonna blow up. Price target for Rev? I don't really have one. Up? Up sounds good. You have time expectations on the Rev squeeze. Mm, this could be like January 13 of GME's squeeze. Did the tips touch on Rev? Yeah. That's one way of putting it. It's hard to look at Rev. It only has one ETF for them to get shares out of. It was going bankrupt, right? So the ETFs unloaded it. So now there's no liquidity pool. What strike and expiry do you have? I have 500 Rev Jan 2023 $35 calls, and I have 100 $10 August 19 calls. I have two. Money's money. The Jan 35s are already up 20%. You see Jimmy going down to 30 again before August OPEX? Yeah, very well could. It's likely to drop after the ETF FTDs are done cycling. Oh yeah, well I have one $10 August 19th call, so what now? I mean, you're up, right? Ugh. I love the stock market. $9.90 was its double high. This is the most aggressive cup and handle ever. There's a lot of OI at $10. Nope, it just broke its high. Risk mid PT. Fuck. Make money. At least try. It's going to be really, really volatile. It's hard to say. I'd very much like to see it hit 15 or 35, but it could keep going. Lipstick MOASS, let's fucking go. I wish I had more than 2 calls. Thank you so much, Seacraft. Can you explain what you mean when you say make money? I don't know. I can't manage your position. Feds Daily says FOMC likely to raise rates and keep them high for a while. Bullish. Well, volatility bullish. They have enough power for a rug pull on Rev? No. It's got 80,000 shares in VTI, which they can turn over, well, as much as they can. But imagine redeeming VTI shares to get Revlon shares. Like, it's kind of a fucking joke, right? It's, what, 300% sold short? Failed a volume ratio of, like, above 40%. How are all these random stocks squeezing and the SPY tanking? I'll get to that later. The official reports show way less. Intel was showing it at like 300% like a few days ago. Hold on, let me log in. Nope, I'm already logged in. Revlon, income, interest. Yeah, showing 60% as of last night. Plus whatever they've salvaged out of VTI, which obviously is unreported. And the open put positions have already kind of been blown up. Are the Rev $35 calls an IV play? I hope not. We're setting stop losses on a Rev? Not yet. One share of Rev up 50 cents. Here's your cut. Oh, wait, this one's free. Darn it, Brett. I meant Turb. Damn it. Thank you so much, Turb. What convinced you to get into Rev? It's got all the stuff I look for. HKD is an example of how volatile stocks would be without synthetic share creation from MMs and ETFs. Yeah. Could be longer. FTDs just began resolving, and they've been generating them for the last 35 days, so. You buying shares also? No. I might, but not yet. Yeah, it's not a huge crush from puts. It's just squeezing. Like it's like an FTD squeeze, right? We'll see if it turns into something more than that as interest picks up. Are the SEC counterparts acknowledging the split was done incorrectly? Does that make it more than a technical accounting error on the broker end? Not really. It just makes it a technical error on the German SEC's end. For today, what price we play full bull for Rev and BBBY? And if Rev crosses 10, it's gonna get pretty fucking spicy. Uber pins were shorting again with their recent runs. I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention to either of those. Is 10 the magic number for all stocks? No. But yeah, it's very important for Revlon and Bobby. Is there a gamma ramp for Revlon? Not yet. Its call chain's very narrow. It definitely has the potential to run off of its chain. I think $35 is the furthest strike. Jobs missed by over 300K. Oof. Oh, that gamma ramp is building. Trust. I know. But it's better to be early, right? Does volatility across the market and affect individual stocks? priced in. Yes, of course. I mean, the VIX is a measure of the volatility of the 500 stocks that the S&P tracks, right? Thinking about GME calls for OPEX. I know you hate weeklies, but what do you think of $40 September 16s? Too much theta? Thanks, big man. No, they're not bad. That's probably what I would buy for August. I don't know if August is going to be the bigger of the OPEXs coming up. Uh, but I think for August, September's are fine. Very easy to hold open, and if nothing happens, minimal losses. Is this another distraction stock? No, I don't think so. I don't see how it's a distraction. I still own my GMA. German SEC admitted that the split dividend and the bank handled this like a normal split. So I think in Germany it begins. What? What do people think's gonna come of this? Do you think they're not gonna have the shares to distribute or something? Everyone's tinfoil's on a little too tight. Yeah, seriously. You could buy shares. And somehow ends up in MOASS. Yeah. Would there be any T+2 gex for rad tomorrow? It would be today, but it doesn't look like it's experiencing much. This is the ammo RC needed to move to his own exchange. No, it's not. Tokenized stocks don't have any effect on the underlying. They're tokenized. They're just tokens that represent stock holdings. There's plenty of shares to go around. If there aren't, they'll make some. It's pretty simple. Yeah, BBBY still at 578. It hasn't broken 6 yet. There we go. 1 second. Rev, position close only, and IBKR. And so it begins. So they actually hedging Rev contracts or just ignoring them like they did with GME? I mean, they hedged GME contracts too. They didn't ignore them. Market makers aren't going to take on infinite risk. Super sync divorced from reality, like favorite volatility index. Little bit. You think we'll see Bobby have some massive fail soon? $20 down to 5 is no easy task without some FTDs. And they actually didn't generate a lot of FTDs shorting it down. It's the keeping it down that generates a lot of FTDs. And Revlon broke 10. Woo! Let's fucking go. I should have bought like 1,000 more calls. Oh well. Position close only? Does that mean squeeze? It means you can't open new positions. Yeah, song seems appropriate.
Pickle, 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 pickle,
you think when you bought those 10 Cs yesterday that today would be in the money on full port rev? No. But after staying up till 4 in the morning with Gaff last night, digging into rev, my opinion changed. Oh, that's why the DD is not out today, by the way. Not that anyone gives a shit. Spy dying? Who cares? PCO ruined the sneeze. Should we not be significantly worried? No, it didn't. People selling their options contracts ruined the sneeze. That and the massive ETF holdings. No, Rev doesn't tank the entire market yet. Like, it doesn't even have an effect on the market yet. It will, but not yet. Is your 5K profit on screen here? Is that your entire Rev position? No, I have 75 more Rev $10 and 400 more Rev 35s. Retail only being able to afford weeklies ultimately killed the squeeze in January. That and the lack of exercising, but people didn't know that back then, right? It's no one's like fault. Now with Rev running yesterday like crazy, T plus 235C for FTDs from yesterday on September 6th, or is my count totally wrong? Load calls on the 5th. I'm not sure. Linux predicts the high of the current GME run on the 8th. Oh, that's convenient. He said we were running today. If we don't run today, he's wrong. Change it every fucking 5 minutes. Rev going to 480. It's been there before. Can Rev be rug pulled easily? If call sellers bail. That's about the only way, though. There's no liquidity pools anywhere. Or they release shares, which they will inevitably do. They are massively in debt to the tune of about $4 billion. But why release shares at 10 when you can release them at 100 or more? Look at DRS doing its thing. I mean, a significant portion of the shares outstanding, like 40 some million shares, are owned by one individual. Called buyers. Sorry. So imagine GME in 2021 with a float of 7 million shares and no ETFs. Anything's possible. Buy Rev 35s as a volatility play, or do you really expect it to go to 35? Also, what do you think Rev will go to this week realistically? No idea. Can it go to 35? Yeah. It's got a 7 million share float. Did I not say that? Let me say it again. It's got a 7 million share float. And no liquidity pools. There's 80,000 shares in VTI. All the other ETFs dropped it like a... I don't know. They dropped it. I was trying to think of an analogy there. It just didn't come to me. When selling our in-the-money options on Rev be very hard due to no counterparties. Why would there be no counterparties? Reported 60%. But based on our data since June, they've been grinding shares out of VTI to keep the price suppressed. So who the fuck knows? Will you exercise rev calls? That's the plan for the $10 ones. I mean, even if this squeezes and they release liquidity, and resolve their debt, it's actually not a bad company. Their financials are decent if they can shed their debt. Easiest 65% play of my life. Can we do this again? State Street announces single ticker ETF today. Rev nope. Oh, it is only getting started. You are here. Seems like they found some liquidity. Seems pathetic. Nope. Rev can't hit Wall Street bets for another billion until its market cap is another $1 billion higher. Does PCO affect options as well? Can, yeah. No? My camera not working. People are dumb if they're selling. People are panicky. That's not a big deal. Oh, you guys have been practicing losing money on options for a year. You'll be fine. It's a distraction. Fake MOASS. It's not like anybody's selling their GME to play it. How's it a distraction? It's just a different stock. Uh, People thinking GME is unique. Too late to get in long on Rev. It's up to you. It's going to be based on your own risk tolerances. Is it risky? Absolutely. No risk, no reward, though, right? So it's. Do you take profits by end of day and keep re-entering, or let it ride for a couple days? I don't think I have any intention of bailing on it. That's part of the shares outstanding, not the float, Daniel Taylor. It has 54 million shares outstanding. Did you take any profits? No? Is this where we come full circle into a beauty channel? Maybe. SPY and QQQ turning around. Little bit. Looks like it's failing this breakout at VWAP. Jimmy having an okay day. How's Bobby doing? Kind of choppy. Wow, Bobby's got really low volume today. Ivy's still very high. Yes. We do a poll and see who actually knows about your stream card. Why? It's funny how after all this time, people are still like, tell me when you're getting out so I can get out, as if they have no ability to follow the chart. That's what it is. But Bobby is holding yesterday's gains, which is great. It is, yeah. Is TA irrelevant on Revlon? Yes. Rev dead or being shorted? Pretty obvious that it's being shorted, right? That's okay. The shorts kind of ran out of steam there. Buying more Rev now? No. If it drops lower, maybe. Nice, Stefan. VIX up big. I timed the peak perfectly to buy far out of the money calls on Revlon. Nice. I couldn't give two shits. Regards, Gigi. Could you go into more detail on your RevDD from last night that convinced you of its merit? I would have just dismissed it outright, but the small float and single ETF is intriguing. What else do you want to know? It's churning out FTDs like crazy. They tried to get out of some of their short position back here. They shorted it all the way down to $1, which took no small amount of effort. Tried to cover a little bit, failed for 35 days, and now they're covering again. There's no RevDD. But I didn't write any. I think August 19 has enough runway for Rev. It might not. 70K contracts seem like a very possible risk event. Could be getting there already. I'm sure the options flow on it's crazy today. Have you not told everyone about the Rev NFT marketplace yet? No one's lost a lot of money yet, so we don't have to make up fairy tales. Tesla broke 900 to the upside. That's impressive. I wouldn't have thought it would have that much gex left over. Well, maybe a double top there. I don't care. My puts are for September, so it doesn't really matter to me. Do you think Rev is a multi-day squeeze going forward? Yeah, I mean they're still generating large numbers of FTDs, so it's very possible that this just continues. You stream the Rev squeeze? Sure, why not? What's your price target for today with Revlon? I don't really have one. I bought like January calls mostly. It'd be cool to see it hit like 15. I'd probably close out some portion of my August calls if that happened. Really odd pricing on January's after this dip. They're still up quite a bit. 65. If the calls expire in the money, do you need to do anything to exercise them? No? Bunch of Twitter traders talking about how they're shorting Revlon. Oh boy. That's fucking stupid. With what? The fucking borrow fee is like 400%. Bunch of Twitter traders are full of shit. Or retarded. Dumb as dirt. Stock attractor? Oh. What's the... Pardon. 6,000 shares available at 400% power rate. $311.25% on Fidelity, 0 shares. Thank you. So this compelling FTD squeeze setup you've seen since GME Jan 2021? Yeah. Are CSPs worth it on Rev? I mean, they're expensive. Bobby broke up. Starting to move. See if it breaks 6. RC wouldn't buy into Revlon. There's not enough shares available for an ownership stake. Oh. Remember RC's like tweet, the Victoria's Secret one? Didn't he have another one where he was like wearing makeup or something? TFU's not going to announce anything. He's wearing the tinfoil now. I'm just fucking with people. Bobby broke 6. Ooh, nice. Sweet. BBBY DMs. That's like not a lot of puts. Sold off some at 6. It's only 1,000 contracts. It's like not a big deal. They could be sold too. Wake me up when it hits 14. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Hey, Jimmy hit 36. Jimmy's getting a little bit of volume behind it too. 10:30 dark pool dumps. Why is everything squeezing? I'll try to get to that later. The cost basis is 615 and 2 accounts. Nice. Is there a max IV you typically enter a call contract, or does it depend on multiple variables? It depends on multiple variables. Rev syncing on low volume. I know. Unsqueezing? No. Oh, God. What's the big green thing on the BBBY chart? Jesus, how the fuck did you guys get through January last year? Oh, wait, you didn't. You all bought at the top in March, didn't you? All the crypto pumped same time as BBBY. Sure. I bought the middle of and top in January. Give us a bit more credit. March I bought Jan 29th. Thank you very much. How low do you want Rev to go before buying more calls? Well, I'm mostly interested in the far out of the money ones, so uh, I could buy more in this range. Hmm. Look at Quant Cord. We got about 80K liquidity and built a wall. Okay. That's fine. That's not very much. That's about all VTI has in it, right? It's like 80,000 shares. It didn't double top at 1070. This is the first time it's hit 1070 recently. This was a higher high. Why UWMC? Free from WeBull? Yeah. I don't. UWMC isn't a uranium stock. They're like a mortgage broker. This is the relevance of the current move on a greater time scale. Relax. Jesus. Anyone else consider the love bot in chat that just got gifted a member that got gifted a membership, a pet now. Spy is being gross. Huh. Bobby's still pushing. Nice bull flag. Well, pennant, but Spy still chopping. Fucking Evan's speech is over. AMD is doing okay today. AMD has earnings tonight, right? Me. 1.49 million volume today so far. Oh man, they're fighting hard on this. Are there any good Rev Vol plays beyond Jan 35s? I don't know. August 20s? Yeah, those are kind of shitty. Probably not. Not with any open interest, not yet. Fuck. Feels weird doing 5% of the OI. Do you have any GME options right now? No. Yeah, generally bull pennants will kind of like come up and then you get like that kind of consolidation. They're a little less reliable than a bull flag, which has downward consolidation. Spy is not squeezing. Isn't even very much buying. Thoughts on Rev Jan 30s. How do I find out if OI is good? It appears that the bid ask is tight. And if you have a tight spread, you're probably fine. Bobby just filled the gap from 629. Yeah, I know. I almost sold my August calls on BBBY for 2 cents the other day. Praise be to Ricky Bobby. Looks like someone started hedging the call chain on Bobby. Here we go again. I mean, they're going to have to. When did you buy those Bobby $7 calls? A little while ago. July? When I closed my August calls after the shareholders meeting. When I closed the August calls and rolled everything forward. They're up an okay amount right now. Why is the SPY alive? I mean, it's still negative on the day by 27 basis points. Jimmy's having a nice little breakout too. No fucking volume though. It's gonna be one of those days where Jamie lags behind meme stocks all day, only to catch up around 2 o'clock. Possibly. The skew adjusted GEX on it's pretty negative, so there's a lot of FTDs on GME today, but those are more just gonna create volatility. Selling CCs on GME today? Probably not. I wouldn't sell them until like the 5th or 8th. Did they find shares to short Rev? Yeah, they got about 80,000 in liquidity built up, and then they shorted with it. It's fine. It'll recover. Not very concerned. Probably also some profit taking as it hit like the local high. I just bought 80k Rev. Nice. Do you have any idea on a timeline for Rev? No. It could take several days. I mean, it's going to depend on options interest and stuff too, right? Not just short covering. It's when you short. If you can short when like long calls are capitulating, it's very easy to move the price of assets, especially volatile ones. Give me a lever and I can move the world, right? Thoughts on Tesla? What about it? T+2 is gonna probably resolve soon. The carryover wasn't that extreme. I mean, if the market goes up today a little bit, then that'll help carry it. Yes, I know the whole quote. I just didn't want to do it. Doesn't sound as cool. What is the short interest on Tesla these days? I don't fucking know. Volatile. Rev dead. No, Rev's not dead. Bobby going to $7 by end of week? Bobby might go to $7 today. I think it's 1.5 billion market cap, but I can't remember. Also, weeklies are bad. Yeah, they are. I'm not full port Rev, but I'm big port and Rev. Well, big of one port in Rev. It's only like 25,000 or something. Pretty sure it's 500 million. Rev and BBBY have both been above briefly today. What's 500 million? Our Palantir bags might be getting lighter. I have a negative cost basis. They can't get any lighter. They already float. Real household debt for quarter 2 in 8 minutes. That could have an effect. Would you see that you're balls deep in Rev? Or like mid shaft deep? Just the tip? 500 million market cap for Wall Street Bets posts. Oh, well, perfect. Bobby and Rev both qualify then. Joke's on you. I'm all tip. I have, well, my other portfolio has like a bunch of other positions in it. So it was more about like getting money together to go deep on Rev this morning. Would you hold Rev long term and sell covered calls? If they get rid of their debt, sure. Consolidation. Getting a little liquidity back. Not a lot. The struggle is real. Hmm. No, the DD's not out yet. I got caught up in researching Revlon last night. Was I supposed to receive a dividend additional to the shares that got split? No. The company was supposed to issue it as a dividend, and the brokers were supposed to split the shares. What's the reason for exercising after a squeeze? Cover calls, long-term appreciation, past your options expiration. Yeah. It's a good day when 128% gain on an option is the lowest in your portfolio. What's on rig? 48K, 819, 2.5 COI being in the money. Should get a big boost at 5. Possibly. Explain this whole fiasco with people not getting their dividend shares. It's just in Germany. And no, it's not grounds from OS. How is pressure important? You're an idiot. My August 10, my $10 August 19 BBY calls have been collecting dust for a small eternity. I've finally become profitable. What is this? Sorcery? Sure. I'm down 40% on Rev and Bobby. I need help with these bags. I told you not to fucking buy puts on Revlon. Yeah, I definitely don't think that's the case, Criminal Blues. It's not just Germany. Swedish brokers also did a split instead of a divvy. Okay. Rip my rev calls. You're clearly not built for this, mustard homie. How are your calls down? Would you buy the top? I bought on opening IV and my calls are up 80%. Computer share also logged it as a split, not a dividend. It's because it is a split as a dividend. It just has to do with the way the split is issued, that's all. Jesus Christ. I don't even get what the confusion is. They just fucked up. They'll fix it. It's not a big deal. Oh, Jesus Christ, Carl. Two-hour management meeting. Wish me luck. 15 rev August, 20 rev Jans. Hold me. Good luck, man. So did I, but mine are only up 7.72. Did you limit buy them or just market order? Rip my rev calls. I'm only up 104% on them. Fucking seriously, man. When people think that January just went straight up. Seriously, do people think that? Were you not there? There was lots of not only down, but stagnation. If only you held the rev calls from yesterday. Well, I had to do research on it first. I'm up 64%. Like, I mean, I don't care about the rev calls from yesterday. Remember how many big guys sold early? Yeah, I do. Tell these poors to stop being a bunch of bitches. Scared money don't make money. Fuck yeah, BMG. People would have all these splivvy questions if GME's investor relations department wasn't a landline phone that's off the hook. You know, unfortunately though, GME doesn't pay me to be their, investor fucking relations. So I really don't care about how the fucking splividend was issued. It doesn't mean anything. There isn't a giant bag of shares that they need to cover. Even if there was, they would just make new ones. It's not a big fucking deal. No one cares. It's not going to do anything. Fun. No one would care about the splivvy if they didn't think it would cause MOASS. It's true. Another 20k rev should be a fun few weeks, potentially. Yeah, I think so. I'd leave the phone off the hook, Christopher. It is a split. Oh, fucking Christ. It's a stock split via dividend. So the shares are issued by the transfer agent as a dividend, and then the stock is split. It's just accounting. Yeah, first and foremost, it's a split. What do you think the purpose of issuing the split as a dividend, if not to cause chaos? Cause this chaos. I mean, do you want to know the truth? Like, I feel like you don't. The truth is, Cohen hasn't paid his C-suite in over a year, and their shares are worth, $224, which GME hasn't traded anywhere near since August. Um, it's very likely that the stock was split in order for C-suite executives to be able to sell some shares and make some salary for the last year of work they've done at a tax preferred rate. I gotta deal with hearing about the German screw up. They messed up. They'll fix it. Shit happens. Yeah. People are like way too invested in the fucking German split. Early on Rev, not wrong. The way of looking at it. I don't think we're that early, frankly. Rev capitulating a little bit. They're getting some liquidity back, but not much. It's very slow. How low does Rev go before you invest more? If I can average down, I will. What's your risk tolerance on those August 19 calls? Pretty high. Calls are getting a little cheaper right now. Germany has a history of holding financial institutions accountable. It doesn't matter if everyone got it wrong, Stefan. Why don't people look up what happened after the Tesla split? Do you still think MOASS is possible? Possible? Sure. Probable? No. Why does Getty have odd options prices, strikes, dates? I don't know. Didn't it just get like listed? Why is it not probable? Too many sources of liquidity. What if super stockers really do DRS the whole float? Then GameStop will just release more shares. I'm down 75% of my rev position. I would like to speak to the manager. 50% of the float isn't DRS. It was what, like 13 million shares? Times 4 now. People can't count. What's a better play, Bobby or Revlon? I could flip some Bobby to average down Rev. They're both different. They're very different. Why are people asking you what to do with their calls are up 100%? The obvious answer is diamond hand them until worthless. When will they learn? But releasing more shares to market require a vote from the board. Last I checked, none of us approved the share release at the shareholder meeting last year, right? Did you? I didn't. Oh wait, that's because nobody voted on it. Um, if he ignores my message, I'm just gonna buy more. What was your question? Are my 1,008.5 rev calls gonna print? That's very short dated. Probably not, Carl. I don't know. They might. It's possible, but it's kind of shitty. US are selling 55 billion in 4-week bills on 4/8, settling on 9/8. Is this a balance sheet reduction we were waiting for? No, I don't think so. The balance sheet reduction probably took place as a runoff, or is taking place as a runoff. If we look at GME Jan 2021 setup, there were many gap ups and big drawdowns. Yeah, I know. Can you explain a bit what the case for Rev is? I bought 100 shares at the very top. Well, I wouldn't worry so much about that. Revlon is generating fails at an extremely high rate. Um, it is likely that the short position is severely underwater at this point. Uh, the free float is only 7.75 million shares, and since they were going out of business, they are currently only contained in one Vanguard ETF, which is VTI. So the pool of available liquidity is very small, with which to resolve those FTDs. In addition to that, call interest is picking up. It's not super high yet, but it is picking up pretty consistently. And they're about to start having ETF fails. Liquidity is almost non-existent. There are no shares to borrow. The borrow rate's at like 400%. It is a normal split. This is where everyone gets confused. It's not a dividend. Otherwise you would be taxed on it. So the shares are still split. They're just split via dividend. Jesus Christ. Too late to get into rev calls. Do you have any? I have like 600. Oh, I've won Backstreet Boys tickets. Do we sell the tickets or do we attend the concert? It's up to you. I mean, it's not in sync, right? It is taxable at the book value of 0.001 per dividend share. Don't know, but in Germany, it's not a taxable event to get a stock dividend. Only when you sell shares, it's a taxable event. Receiving a dividend in the US is a taxable event. But a split dividend doesn't work that way. So if you receive a cash dividend, it's taxable. It's not super clear because split by dividend, GME is delivering shares to the DTC for distribution. I really don't think it's all that confusing. Although I'm not in this camp, would it be safe to say if you feel like you missed the rev entry before this AM run up, now is a good time to hop on board? It's decently priced. I mean, it's still a lot more expensive than it was this morning, but the price isn't terrible. Do not cite the deep magic to me, degenerate. I was there before the fall. I don't think Google split via dividend. I think Google was just a standard split. Tesla and Nvidia both split via dividend. No, it's different. See, instead of CS telling the DTCC to divide the existing imaginary digital shares into 4, CS gives them 3 times new imaginary digital shares. Do people think that computer share doesn't work for the DTCC? Like that they're like impervious to corruption? Dear God. Earnings on Revlon August 4th? Soon, right? Is it August 4th? August 11th are earnings. Would you expect your Rev 35Cs to be worth each reasonably with the run up you're expecting? They could go up to like $5, $10 on just a reasonable run. Like $15, $20. Is this a 3-week affair similar to Jan 21? I think it could be very similar, yeah. Dude, you've answered a metric ton of my questions. I owe you at least a little something. Thanks for the knowledge and above all for the entertainment. Uh, Tommy, I appreciate that, man, but you don't owe me anything. It's cool. Thank you so much, man. I'm not gonna tell you if it's gonna squeeze. I'm not gonna tell you if it's worth it to jump in, right? I already gave out the facts of the situation. If that's something that's in line with your risk tolerance, choice is up to you. John Wilkes Booth, thank you again so much, dude. I appreciate it. Guys, shout out to Wilkes Booth for hooking you up with some Cornichon. And welcome aboard. I'm gonna play the pickle song for you, John.
Pickle, pickle,
Oh shit, what happened?
pickle, 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 pickle. It is up in your face, chase, buy it up, don't be late, get some, set and stop as we rock. It is up in your face, chase, buy it up, don't be late, get some, set and stop as we rock.
Make sure you have gifting turned on, William Graham. Been watching for a while now, using my poor free chat to say thanks for the information you provide. Thanks, Eric. Check AMT Digital. Yeah, I know all about it. They own like a massive chunk of HKD. They're having a bit of a rough day, but they're probably going to rock it up on the valuation of their assets. Thanks for all you do. The best thing about this Revlon opportunity is I know the why and the reasoning behind where you positioned contracts. That's awesome, Penny. I appreciate it, man. If the US made dividends tax-free, do you think it would create a better retirement instrument and increase investment and less shady mechanisms of the market by larger institutions and ports? Maybe. It's an interesting thought. Are you still thinking about puts on WCC? Yeah, I have them. Timeout, Carl. Spammed more than 3 times. Check Pigeon Whale chat. Fucking Darth. Do you like Rev or Bobby better for the next 2 to 3 weeks? Rev. Let me in no uncertain terms say this. Revlon looks better than GME did in Jan 2021. Hey Girk, first time watching the stream. Could you elaborate on whether Revlon has impacted your extreme rugged handsomeness? Thanks for doing the things. Yeah, I've been testing their new night cream for men. It's been fantastic. They're up 300%. It was mostly all overnight though, Crymore. Yeah, I do think it could go up more. Provided, but here's the risky part about playing AMTD. It's provided that HKD stays up unless they sell their position in it. What about Rev is driving the resurgence, not going bankrupt? Well, I think that's what the shorts were hoping for. So what's the bear case for Rev? Primary shareholder sells? Yeah. Release of liquidity by the primary shareholder. If he's smart, he'll wait. given that Revlon's kind of squeezed before in the past, I think he knows that. But, you know, if Revlon hit $35, they could clear all of their debt and their new loan with a share offer, a small share offering. If they let it squeeze to 100, they could stay in business for the next 30 years without ever selling a single fucking product. Remember how all the shares in the Porsche squeeze were held by like one entity? Why wasn't Rev interesting to you in June? It wasn't generating FTDs yet. Does Rev look better than GME because it wears makeup? Beautifully put. The primary shareholder is McAndrews and Forbes Incorporated. They're the owner of 46.22 million shares of the shares outstanding. Did you buy shares in Rev or just options? Just options for now. Thank you for acknowledging my stupid comments and very rare legit questions from time to time and giving me a little dopamine. You got it, Taximus. Can you display the Rev WKN? I can only find Class A stock and can't trade it. Yeah. Here's Chrome. There we go. Boop. So right here. 46 million shares owned. I don't think they can trade it. They can release shares. They're not going to sell theirs, right? They would just they can release a shitload of shares because their ownership percentage is so high. Damn, BMG. Bold statements. Right when you need the DANs the most? Is Stoxera a reliable data source? It's okay. It's just like automatically aggregated, like everything else. August 19th, Rev expiry, or did you go later? My $10 calls are for August 19th. The larger part of my position is Jan 35s. Did you just pick up those Rev calls today? Yes. You're saying you don't think we've missed the opportunity to make money on the calls? No, I don't think that's the case. Do you see market makers pricing down IV? Yeah, I think the run is far from over. And it hit 444% IV in June. I've been mostly offline this week. Can you quickly summarize the thesis on this Rev price action? Oh, God damn it. That will mean that Rev has jumped the chain and it rockets. Yeah. It'd be pretty cool. How the fuck are you down? It's not even possible to be down 1,700%. What did you short it at $4? Rev summary easy. No more shares, no ETF pool, more VUPs. Yeah. I've gone over it on stream like 6 times now. Nothing new to say this month. Thanks for teaching me so much about stocks, options, and the market in general. I'm better prepared for my financial future because of you. Thanks. Thank you, Bones. I appreciate it, man. Happy to help. Why haven't I gotten German Rev shares yet? Fuck off. Yeah, but doesn't that just mean that you start to buy dumpsters, BMG, instead of work at them? Isn't that the Dan American dream? Danerican? I don't know. I was trying to make something terrible like GME Erica. Gmerka. Wait, are we DRSing our rev shares now? There's no time. Has RC been tweeting about Revlon this whole time? Sure. Mambo number 5. Nancy Pelosi husband bought a huge position in AMTD Idea Group this morning. What are the chances? But seriously? That's funny. Are there emergency boardroom meetings going on now with Revlon, or is it more of a mom's garage sort of affair? I don't know. We'll find out. Volvo Squeeze 2.0. According to my calculations, Rev to 69. It was once 500. Once upon a time in the roaring 90s. When can we start calling the 90s the roaring 90s? Like, the 20s were over 100 years ago. We don't need to talk about decades from back then anymore. Thank you for teaching me how to climb out of the massive hole you made me dig on Freg's Day. Couldn't have done it without you. Not a problem, man. Pelosi, how? I made money on both Nopexes. It's all about timing. I gotta get started on our DRS Rev for Life sub. Gherk, you can be a mod. I'm alright. Thank you, though. Is there a gap fill in the 400s on Revlon? If Revlon hits 500, I'll literally kiss Pickle Morty on the mouth. On camera. Just booty loop him. They were the first to market with Revlon with Techron. You made money, but you're also not just blindly following a YouTube streamer. Fair. So selling puts on Revlon at 750 when the stock price was below 9, also a good play? Probably not bad, actually. Synthetic longs on Revlon are crazy. If it hits 5,000, holy shit. Well, I've made a bunch of money this morning. My $25,000 position now doubled. Fucking IV spiked hard on this. It's really irritating me that my $35 calls all have different prices. $16,000% up. That's what I'm gonna aim for. Kissing, that's child's play. If Riff hits 500, Pickle Morty gets free services from one of my Dan Nants for life. And not one of those gross ones either. He gets top what? What was the rest of that? Top quality one. Ah, fuck it. Let's buy what, 1,000 shares? Oops. Yeah, close enough. Volume on Jan 35 is now 10 times the OI. Well, the OI updates at the end of the day. You know what? There we go. Revlon sells clown makeup. I have 150 calls now. How much did you just buy in the last 3 minutes? 5,600 shares? Well, 5,669 shares. Fuck it. Let's just go 6,000. What's your PT for Rev? Just up. Thoughts on Jimmy being green the last 4 days? It's pretty cool. Has it been the last 4 days though? The last 3, right? It closed. Yeah, it's the last 3 days that we're green. I guess. Yeah, just the last 3 days. The 28th we closed down. You think anyone buying a contract on Jimmy right now is chasing? No? I'm chasing what? It's like barely gone up today, right? 4%. Yeah. I mean, the problem is it just doesn't have that much more room to go. I doubt it'll break 3750 right now. The volume's still really, really fucking low. 500k pre-split volume. Oh, you can only internalize so much, guys. Tuned in. What's the timeline on this rev play? Are weeklies no good? Weeklies are definitely a bad choice. BBBY hits 8. It's likely to jump to 9, 10 quickly. Today and tomorrow for BBBY are huge in the short term. Yeah, they're very important. Is Jimmy being green a distraction from Revlon? There's no distractions. It's all the same shit. The fact that you bought shares made me much more bullish on Rev, and I was already full bull. I have a message for all of my Dans. Oh, no, you don't. Okay, so I bought 100 shares and 30 calls of Rev, but I really want to know why RC changed the name of the stock being squeezed. He didn't. It's just a different stock, different squeeze. I just need Rev to go back to 1050 by Friday. Did you buy weeklies, turd? Ah, God damn you. You know, one of these days, I'm going to teach you how not to be shitty at trading. You might get lucky. Click Secure's link. Girk casually throwing over 100K. Secure buying one call. Money's money. The only way to get more of it is to be in a position to make more of it, right? You know I bought weeklies. I know you fucking did. I just wish you didn't. Is the huge increase on 35Cs an indicator of FOMO? Yeah, that strike will be really liquid because they'll use it to hedge down volatility. The beauty of this is we know exactly how fucked they are. It's a bunch. They're pretty fucked. GME firing up. A little bit. Trying to see how much of this is like Gex. Because now I have like skew adjusted Gex data. So I'm curious how that's gonna affect hedging. It still looks like it's very much tracking with the SPY today. Late to the stream. Rev 35 still a play or too late? I mean, they're more expensive now. Are you talking about the room for GME today at 37.50 or for the rest of the week? No, just today. I think potentially with like ETF FTDs, we could hit like maybe 40. I doubt it'd be higher than that, but that'll probably be into the end of this week, beginning of next week. Trying to get a handle on the Rev IV play. What sort of expectations do you have for Gen 35s? 2x, 4x, 10x, 161x? Why not? There's only a few times the stock has been trading below $10, and have no problem saying it can go above 30. Otterish. They're deeply, deeply fucked. I finally have enough to afford love chat. What? One of my trading accounts is the Spider-Man meme with BBBY, Rev, and Jimmy all pointing at each other, saying you're the distraction. I couldn't find 35s for Rev on Fidelity. It's the Jan 2023. Jan 20th, 2023 calls. Funko's up 50% year to date. I thought it was worthless. No, as a company, they've been doing pretty well. Can you call Rev shorts and tell them to stop edging and just rip the band-aid off? They're gonna edge. I was Rev different than Jimmy primarily. One extremely large shareholder. Uh, float, free float. Of 7.75 million shares. And no ETF exposure. That's not true. Exposure is only in one ETF. So there. So without multiple ETFs, there's nowhere to wash the FTDs. They only have two CNS chains, Revlon and VTI. And VTI is, not very complicit in mass creation and short selling. So I can't imagine they're going to have too much success using this as their pool of liquidity, which means that the FTDs will fall back on Revlon in force. Are 819 calls for Rev far enough out? I mean, I have some 819 calls for Rev. They seem decent. Do we know his cost basis, the large shareholder? I think he's down a little bit right now. It's like $6 or something. It doesn't matter. They're like preferred insider shares. They can't be sold without like a advance agreement. So what you're saying is it's essentially VW. Very similar, yeah. No, not same like SST. No warrants. Not that I'm aware of, or that I could find. What's going on with GME? There's some gamma exposure and a fairly high number of FTDs, but mostly it's just moving up with the market. Is your spurt exit strategy relevant on this play? Sure, once it squeezes. If Rev MOASS, are you still going to leave us? No. Are you DRSing your Rev shares? Absolutely fucking not. I spoke to my broker yesterday about being assigned at 10:38 a.m. They said it was because of the holiday in Canada. They do it manually, normally between 9 and 9:30. I filed a complaint. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know you guys had a holiday. Yeah, if you have a holiday, that could be correct. I woke my ass up at 6:15 a.m. for this rev play. I'm so glad I did. Congratulations, CTD. Check Discord DM. I sent a funny screenshot of the spy. Check the bottom. Yeah, I know. That's been going on for a few days. What's a realistic price target for a rev squeeze? Whenever it resolves. I seriously like. I don't think there's any price target at this point. It can just rip. Why are some of the trades displayed on WeBull highlighted? I have no idea. Oh, those are like on the right there? Those are just my positions. Is the big difference here between Rev and GME is that Rev isn't Gex driven? Yes. This is the current price action is not yet due to options. That can change very quickly. I think it will today, but options interest was still fairly low as of yesterday at market close. If you could still check GME once in a while, that'd be great. I just did, like a minute ago. It's at 36.55. It's having a good day. It's moving very much in line with the SPY, which is also having a decent recovery from its overnight drop. I still think it's gonna fall within the projected range from this morning in the daily DD. Yeah, they've PCO'd Rev a couple times now. Haven't the laws changed to stop another GME type options driven squeeze? Yeah, except the squeeze isn't driven by options. So the rules have changed to reduce the risk of a Volgavana squeeze. But reduced is not gone, right? There's still risk. And there's still GACs, right? So there's gamma exposure and vol exposure. And both of those can continue to drive this on top of the failures. And remember that this is failing currently at a rate of like 40% and higher. So this 7 million float company is generating, you know, roughly 15 million FTDs so far today. I don't know if it's on Reg Show. I didn't even check. It could be. That'd be very compelling. It is? Oh, perfect. Even better. If Rev is being shorted so heavily, why do you think the squeeze hasn't happened yet? Are we truly the first to the party? We're not the first to the party, but we're early. Very early to the party. Revlon's on Reg Show. Rev Show. Are you gonna make $1 million off this? You'll know if I take my shirt off. Rev went on Reg Show yesterday. Perfect. So 13 days from now, it should go apeshit. "13 trading days from now." It's not on Reg Show. Is it or is it not? I'll just check myself. What exchange is it on? Revlon. Yeah, it's on Reg Show. As of yesterday. How far out are your calls on Rev? I have a bunch for January 2023, which are currently up 200%. And then I have like 100 calls for August 19th, which I don't think will be sufficient, but it might be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So August 19th fall on the first day of the threshold process beginning. So I'll probably roll out my August 19s, but hopefully they'll go in the money first. According to this, it went on Reg Show yesterday. Maybe I can check further back. Let's try. It was on July 1st. Oh, so maybe not 13 trading days. Dan, are you busy right now? Can you do me a favor and run back Revlon on NYSE's threshold list and see when it was placed? Because we might already be in the midst. It was on in June 30th, not June 15th. June 17th, the futures rollover? No. June 21st? No. 22nd? Yep. So first day listed was June 22nd. Ooh. And the OPEXus? That's the OPEXus. That's the T+2. It's the apex of the OPEX. I'm just making up words, but that's very compelling. Perfect. So 13 trading days from that would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. June 11th. So what happened with Revlon on June 11th? They shorted the ever-loving fuck out of it. Deep doo-doo. Cool. July 11th, yes, sorry. That would be, so 22nd, July 11th. Let me do it on here instead of trying to use the calendar. 23rd. 13 bars. Okay, so thresholding began on the 14th. And then 13 additional days of thresholding brings us to today. So yeah, today should be the beginning of the squeezies. What price for full bull on Rev? I mean, if it crosses $15, I'm gonna be a very wealthy pickle. Like, I'm gonna start wearing a fucking monocle on stream and a top hat. By the end of next year, I predict policy rate will be between 3.75 and 4%. That's pretty bearish. APDN. Yeah, all the like mid and low cap stocks are squeezing right now. Put on lipstick if Rev past 15. Since the hedgies make no boo-boo with this, how long do you think this run could go on? Until they release liquidity? It can squeeze really, really, really fucking hard. You may not get a better price. That's always the risk of buying into something like this, Rhino. No, I won't, Stefan. I'll try to finish it tonight if I can. What positions can still be entered for decent profits? I mean, you can probably make decent profits across the board, right? I expect that Revlon can blow up its chain. It's very narrow currently. Any idea what the rev board is like? Hopefully not stupid. They haven't released shares yet, and the price of the stock's up 100% from like 3 days ago. So they've got a lot of debt they need to pay off. So 4 billion market cap at least before they release any shares, probably higher. They've got 4 billion in debt and they just got a loan for 1.5, right? So total liabilities are 5.4 billion roughly. So expect that they would want their market cap to reach or exceed that amount before releasing shares, right? Because they would want to pay all of this off if their stock's squeezing. And at a 5.4 billion market cap, Revlon would be above $50 a share. 90, yeah. At least, right? Why not wait for it to squeeze to 20? I'd love to see how jacked you would be about this if you had more than 10 hours of sleep in the last week. I got 7. I mean, it's not that bad. 7 since Friday. Any idea what's going on with HKD? Wasn't it like $3 a couple weeks ago? It's squeezing too. Yeah, much more expensive entry, right? And way later in the process. Sorry if you mentioned this already, but I've been bouncing between stream and work. Do you have any data for the Greek neutrals? For Revlon? No. But for GME, they're on the screen. I got August 19 Rev 850s, Gen 10s, 20s, 35s. I'm not super deep for me. Nice, man. I hope it does. I missed the beginning of when this rev started. Can you give a brief explanation of what's causing it? FTDs. Huge numbers of FTDs. Revlon Greek neutrals? No, I don't. I know like the like delta sigma point or the gamma sigma point. X. Jesus, the gamma's driving massively up on the chain already. All put call gamma. Looks like $15 is is the upper boundary. The GEX flip point was at $3.50, and the lower boundary is $4.30. There's 77,700 gamma at the $10 strike, and skew adjusted GEX for today is 183,000. And the gamma exposure is 314,000 currently. Last update, which is at 10 a.m. this morning. So currently a hedge of 314,000 shares due. Another like 700,000 shares due above $10. Rev FTDs due on T35C or T35.6? Both? Well, ETF FTDs will be due in same time as GMEs from the 17th, from its last OPEX. So whatever they've been packing into VTI over the last month is going to be due at the end of this week into next week. Did you have an eye on Rev before this eye on rise in price? A little bit. I looked at it back when it ran in June, but it wasn't really generating a lot of FTDs. Like the run in June was interesting because they shorted the fuck out of it before it ran, right? Like this reaction is very much like a dip before a rip scenario. Where, you know, they're protecting, you know, naked calls and short positions by trying to drop the price as low as possible, and they dropped it down to $1. And then, you know, the immediate covering afterwards, which threw a shitload of FTDs. So this whole thing right here just generated tons of FTDs, which are being realized now, right? And that's a compounding effect because there's still no shares. All right, so now the FTDs are due, and they're going to be covering the FTDs synthetically because there's no real shares. It just keeps compounding and compounding, right? That's largely how the GME run up started in 2021. Yeah, I don't think one share of Rev is going to make you a millionaire. Okay, now give me the bear case. SEC shuts it down. Every squeeze starts with FTDs. Yes. Got a price target? Nope. It could hit 15. They could release shares. They could release shares at 35. They could release shares at 60 or 90 or 150. It's really just up to them at this point. The risk reward on the position has flipped, and the asymmetric tails of that risk are collapsing. Will $35 leap calls on Rev make me a millionaire? They could, depending on how high the price goes. Let's go $35 calls. What did you buy them at? It doesn't matter. If it hits $60, they're 5,000 a contract, which would make you $250,000 for an initial investment of what, like 35 probably, of like 1,700, 1,800 bucks. I market ordered them, so my cost basis on them is all over the place. I got some at 15, I got some at 35. I don't even know what the average is because I have them in 3 different accounts. I'd say it's a good day when I make more than my day job. I mean, these fucking Rev 35s are already up 200% since this morning. Cost basis is 30. I mean, it's irrelevant if the price goes that high, man. If it hits $100, yeah, you'd be like a millionaire. Why $5,000 a contract if they're $25 in the money? Because they bought them so low? Yeah. And the price of the contract would be like $50 because of the delta value. I'm glad I'm not the only one who can't do math. So what about my one $10 August 19th? How rich am I going to be? It depends on how high the price of the stock is. You can make a lot though. Like, I mean, if it went to 60, you'd make like what, 6 grand off of like a fucking $100 investment. Plus IV. Don't forget IV is added on to that, whatever the IV is at the time. During a squeeze, why and when to exercise and what to do with shares. Generally, you exercise if you want to continue holding and your options are expiring, right? So like if this is still going up by like say I have like my 100 $10 calls for 819, right? If this keeps going up, right, and it's like trading at like $75 by then with no end of FTDs in sight, like I would want to exercise these, turn them into shares so I can continue to follow the trend up, right? After the squeeze is kind of interesting. I mean, if they pay off all their debt, they're not the worst company in the world. They have like decent revenue. Their revenue's been growing. What does asymmetric tails are collapsing mean? Well, when you overshort something, you create asymmetric risk. Um, trying to think. Well, I'm just trying to think of a way to explain this. You know what? Wait for the DD tonight. You'll get it then. You gonna explain why every piece of shit stock is going up today? Yep. Why would you exercise and not roll forward? Because you want the shares. Shares have value too, right? Then you can sell volatility at the top, which is very profitable. Also, you'd have a cost basis of $10 on a stock that might be trading at, you know, $40, $50 after the squeeze. It could squeeze again because of the dead cat bounce effect. Don't forget that all the FTDs generated over the course of the next couple weeks on this are going to generate more FTDs in the future. This is what keeps OPEC cycles going, right? Yeah, I still have a shitload of SPY puts. They're for September, except for a few, which are for August. Now that you know that Rev was added to Reg Show on 622, do you see a more profitable time frame for it to probable time frame for it to squeeze? Yeah, August OPEX. Even into the end of this week, but also August OPEX. Me and JFresh wrote the DD on fucking T plus 69. Just go look in my my old DD on Reddit. Everyone talking about it doesn't know what they're talking about, so. So what you're saying is that Rev is going to make you real money. I mean, I'm quite invested in it at this point. Couldn't they FTD the August OPEX? No, that's not how that works. T+2 from August OPEX. Always. It's always the settlement period. That's when the ETFs have to settle, and this only has one ETF, which has already been massively tapped. Jimmy rounded off here. Probably not volume until the end of the day. The volume's really low. I mean, this kind of looks like it's tracking the market. There's a little bit of FTD pressure. And I'm not even really seeing any like GEX covering. Like there's really not any volume to indicate gamma exposure covering. And technically there shouldn't be any positive gamma exposure. So the market maker should be like very, very lightly sell side favored. But the SPY keeps moving up, so you know that's helping apply positive pressure. BBBY, well, it's still stabilizing above 6, so that's bullish. What's the deal with HKD? Squeezing. Chances of turning 25k into 100k on Rev if squeeze say to 30 or 40. That doesn't seem impossible. I don't know how high it'll squeeze. I don't know when they'll release shares. Obviously, there's a lot of risk, right? Nothing's a guarantee. It just looks very, very good. By all the metrics that I would judge the potential of a squeeze on, this meets 100% of them. I guess the biggest question is, does the interest pick up? If the interest picks up, it can get really, really crazy. GME squeeze isn't dead. It's just not today. What options will you be looking at with Rev? I already have the position I intend to buy for now. You can see it on the screen. Well, at least part of it is in this account, so. Normally I wouldn't have such a big position, on the stream, but I didn't really have a choice because I needed to move money around pretty quickly. Just saw Rev bar rate at 400%. Yes. With so interest is growing. Give AMD some love and pop it on the screen for a minute. I need to sell covered calls on that this week. How's it doing? Its earnings are tonight. I hope they beat. It's gonna be interesting. It's pretty rare for AMD to run into their earnings. Looks good. It's breaking out above the trend line. Next resistance is at 102. HKD new MOASS? No, HKD is, you've missed the boat. AMDT potentially, but risky. If HKD drops, then AMDT could too. I didn't like it as much. It doesn't look bad. I mean, they're going to be valued massively higher because of, HKD hitting like $170 billion market cap and the fact that they own all of it. Where do you post your DD? Just go to my profile, which is linked in the description down below. It's some of it's on Super Stonks, some of it's in my subreddit that I created after I got banned. When you miss August OPEC settlement with your August 19 calls, I can exercise them though, right? And the August 19 calls will cover the ETF FTD period. I only need what, $25,000 to exercise them? Why the fuck are Spy and QQQQ running so much right now? I don't know. Irrational market. Do you think the pop on Bobby is MM hedging the chain? Starting to. It still needs to go up more to really get into that area where there's like a massive put to call ratio advantage. How would Jan 35 see IV spike if the chain blows up? It would be nuts. And theoretically, the limit on implied volatility is infinite. I don't know if that's ever happened, but GameStop, when it ran, IV hit thousands of percent intraday. The market makers were pricing in so much forward risk that like the price of options just skyrocketed. Why did GME just go cliff jumping? Probably done covering whatever FTDs they needed to for the early half of the day. When did you enter Rev? I bought into a position yesterday, sold it at close, and I bought into a new position this morning at market open. Do you think there'll be an opportunity to enter Rev later this week? Probably not. There could be, but there might not be. I mean, if there's ETF FTDs due in the latter half of this week, that's gonna push it, right? And then you have like a brief period between then and August OPEX. I'll consider it secure. I don't like weeklies. Weeklies are bad. Rev options are cheap as fuck. Why would you buy weeklies? You're just being greedy, right? Like Jan 35s are still $1. Fucking September 20s are $1. August 19 15s or 10s are like $2 to under $1. Like what would be the logic behind buying weeklies at not only that, you're paying 300 to 400% IV on them. It's greedy because the cost to buy farther dated calls is only slightly more. You can't get as much leverage. Yeah, I've addressed the stuff happening with the stock split. IV on August 19 calls $10, 10 to 15, also in the 300% range. Yeah, but lower than weeklies. Weekly 10 to 15s are in the 350 to 400% range. I'm allergic to theta. You know, you could get one contract that could really print really, really hard, or you could get 4 weeklies that might miss. It's up to you. But that's the reality of the situation. What's up, man? Joining for lunch. Thought this was Bobby on the screen, so I switched you to 1080p. Almost had bull mayo all over my work pants. No, not Bobby, but Bobby's getting there. Slowly but surely. August OPEX is the settlement period after the expiration of August monthly contracts, which occurs on the 19th. I got weeklies because I come from a long line of degenerates. I know you do. Is tomorrow going to be too late? I don't know. The fucking what? I can't answer that, man. It might be. It might not be. I mean, IV's been just fucking market makers have been pricing up IV all day with almost no change in price. It seems reasonable to play the $10 August 19s into more Jan 35s after some more VUPs. Yeah, that could work. Calls are going up, even though price is going down. IV is rocketing. Yeah, the market makers are pricing the risk. It's also an NYSE stock, so remember they can internalize while they price the risk up. Tomorrow's too late by now. Well, I mean, tomorrow could always be too late. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. You just know what's available now. I just said what the OPEX dates are for this month. It's August 19th, T plus 2. Isn't SI at 60% reported? Yeah, 60% reported. How high do you see Ivy going on Gen 35s if Rev squeezes? I have no idea. I mean, it could go into the thousands of percent if it really squeezes hard. Bought a small position in Rev with my remaining cash. Cool, man. Is Rev finna a squart? Oh, fuck you, Velvet. Yeah, it's finna do something. Legit, thank you. I can't believe I was able to turn my port around. Win Rev channel in the Discord for the pores? Show me where we are in the VW graph for Rev. The beginning. Here. How the fuck is my mic unplugged? Is it working now? Can you hear me? Dropped an ice cream sandwich on it. No, I think I think there might be something wrong with my mic cable. It's done that a few times over the last couple of days. Rev the engines, boys. We'll see. GME price action still gonna have VUPs for the day? I don't think it's doing VUPs today. I think it kind of grinded up with the market and then turned around when the market did. Yeah. Where's that guy who draws the line to tell us where the margin call is? Fucking never there when you need him. Is it just this? Is that how we do it? Is that how we measure institutional margin? Hold on. Wait. I know what it is. There we go. It's like, I mean, for a few seconds there, I didn't know where critical margin was going to be. But now that I know exactly where the hedge funds go bankrupt, I can feel a lot more comfortable buying, holding, and DRSing. I already DRS'd my Rev shares. Thanks for everything. I was late today. Too late on Rev entry, in your opinion? It's up to you. You know, you could ask people who thought, you know, things always list most expensive at the bottom and cheapest at the top. Critical margin theory isn't even good TA, let alone valid. What's the one sentence thesis behind this stock? Hedgies are fucked. Friggin' awesome. About two August 1911s and Jan 20s, two 19s, this morning up 35% already. Riku, Pi-Fi rocks. Thanks, Carbon Based. Jan 35s are up 151%. Mine are up 350%. I've never done stand-up at an open mic night. Why would I? I can do my comedy for thousands of people every day while trading stocks. If this squeezes, can you personally buy the BBBY float? Ooh. One pickle's on but we haven't broken critical margin yet. I don't know if I want to play the song before we break critical margin. I bought into Revlon yesterday. And then I sold before close, and then I bought back in this morning. That significantly greater amount the first thing this morning. But it's critical. It's got electrolytes. Maybe it's critical margin. Maybe it's Maybelline. It was a good day. Why Jan 35C and not lower? Because volume? No, because it's below my price target. If there's a pickle god, my AMCCs for Friday will get assigned. I'll dump it all into GME Rev OPEX runs and we'll triple my port. I hope so. Also, how embarrassing. Instead of doing Twitch streams of gaming, are you going to start doing makeup tutorials? Maybe. These bags are getting heavy. I'm only up 414%. Yeah, where's Mustard Homie? What's up, bro? What happened? Is Revlon still dead? Where did that guy go? The guy who was all like, Revlon dead, shit play. You said is Revlon dead like 4 times. My AMC position is at $4 cost basis. Embarrassing. God, you spent money on it? Why didn't you sell it at 70? Did you at least sell $10 covered calls when it hit 70? You definitely said that. I will go back and find it if I have to. Anyone have a time machine I can borrow? The time machine is AMTD. Nothing about Revlon and Pickles picks. Well, it wasn't a pick until this morning. What did you say, Fiscal? Right, kick ass. Well, don't want to sound like a dick or nothing, but it says on your chart that you're fucked up. You talk like a degenerate, and your shit's all Revlon. What did I do? Is it just like you know what I mean? Like, I don't. Could you elaborate? HKD is $1,800. Nice. My September $50 calls are up 30%. Something is wrong. My September GME 50s are up 30%. Something is wrong, much green, many concern. No, that's should be. IV's definitely gone up today a little bit. It went up yesterday too. And so if you bought it like market open or near market open yesterday when it was trading at like Fuck was it at? Like 90% IV 30? Then your IV should be up a pretty decent amount now. Also, the price has gone up. What made you decide to jump in big this morning? The setup is perfect. Yeah, they're just trying to burn $10 calls right now, I think. We'll see how successful they are at it. Yeah, they don't want it over $10. There's a shitload of call gamma. I'll pick up more if they tank the price. 55 dislikes. Someone is displeased you're talking about their underwater makeup position. I think it's just SS is mad I'm like not looking at GameStop today or something. Or that they're not squeezing and Revlon is. Who knows? More importantly, who gives a shit? No, it's very much still squeezing. A dearest a fractional share of HKD, the one true MOASS. Rev on track to trade 100 million today? Could, yeah. Don't forget that 40% of that volume's failing, at least. That's so great. I love it. Imagine being the market maker that's got to hedge these bullshit calls with synthetic shares. Ugh. Who's the MM for Rev? Oh, it's got to be Citadel or Virtu, right? It's an NYSE stock, so it's one of those two. Probably both of them, given the current conditions. PCO on IBKR. I've heard a few reports of that already. Position close only. Is this weekly too far out of the money? Just by leaps, they're only slightly more expensive for way less risk. Also, Gherk, check CP. Ooh, that's moving up big today. Set some stops. GME still looks good for 37.50, I think. Bobby, ooh, Bobby slipped 6. That's not good. They burned all their fucking ETF liquidity already. Is it too late to buy Rev? No? Like, do I think it's going to go up more from here? Yes. It's very risky to buy Revlon. If you don't understand market risk, you should probably speak with a registered fiduciary that is representing you in your financial decisions. What do you expect in Rev earnings? I mean, nothing good, but who cares? What are they gonna fake short it and make more FTDs? Their fucking earnings is irrelevant. Is it too late to buy HKD? You know, some would have said yes yesterday, but it's up $1,000 a share today. How many FTDs does Rev have? It's failing like 40% of its volume traded. The MM for Revlon is GTS Securities. Is that the DRM or... I was talking about the DMM for NYSE. Turd. Is that the DRM for CBOE though? You don't have a chat time limit anymore. DPM? Okay. Or sorry, yeah, DPM. The DMM is still Citadel or Virtu because it's an NYSE stock. Fuck was that? Anyone know which UK brokers have Revlon? I don't know what's going on with IBKR, but usually I would say them. Gherk, there are plenty of degenerates out there living really kick-ass lives. My first wife was a degenerate. She's a lawyer now. Let's look and go. Lipstick MOASS. Thanks, fiscal stupidity. I hope your second wife sticks around. It's been on threshold since June 22nd. Is Rev another GME? It's like GME Jan 2021, but better. Up 388% on my $35 Rev Leap. Only about one contract though. Where was my degeneracy this morning? There. Is August 19th enough theta? No, but it's probably fine for the ETF FTDs. June 22nd is when it was added to Reg Show Chadley. Ortex shows June 20th. June 20th was a weekend, wasn't it? How the fuck could it have been added on the 20th? And it was a Monday? I don't know. It doesn't show on the NYSE list for that day. It's considering Ortex's data is shit. I'm prone to trust the NYSE. Maybe it was added on the 20th, removed on the 21st, and re-added on the 22nd. I didn't check back that far. I guess I could. NYSE threshold securities. June 20th. Nothing for June 20th. And Revlon's not listed on the 21st. It is listed on the 22nd. Wait. Yeah. It's not listed on the 20th. Yeah. First listing date for NYSE's threshold security list is the 22nd. Here's a hot pro tip. Ortex is one of the worst data aggregators I've ever run into in my life. They just charge you for shit that's free if you use Google. And then they get it wrong. I said aggregator, not alligator. The SS utilization guy, I'll ignore that. Yeah. What about the ETF Revision, also on Reg Show? I mean, the ETF it's in is Vanguard's total market index. So no, that's not on Reg Show. That would be a very big deal. It's only in one ETF though, which is very good for, well, us. Why better than GME? And will T+2 be spicy next week? Probably, depending on how hard it runs this week. And it's better than GME was. It has a lower float, a larger locked up share position. So 46 million of the shares are owned by one entity, and restricted. In addition to that, it's only contained in one ETF, so there's no source of liquidity to prevent a squeeze or to slow one down, hedge one, or stop one. Also, it's started squeezing with almost no options interest. As the options interest comes in, oh boy, it's gonna get spicy. What expiration is best to cover this? September, or the leaps are pretty cheap because the IV isn't priced very high on them yet. Alligator for mod. Thanks, Silence of the Dans. Been chasing 35 call for an hour, wondering why it wouldn't fill at the ask. I was trying in a TFSA account, which you can't do. Have to wait for margin approval tomorrow. Too late. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do for the rest of today, right? It's in a very unpredictable situation. It's starting to push up into that $10 gamma. It could really rocket if, puts begin to, or shorts begin to capitulate. What part of Jan are we in with Rev in comparison to GME? Like the 13th, slightly before the 13th, I guess. Let me see. I could actually just tell you. So we would be on like January 6th of 2021 for Revlon. January 5th or January 6th, right in there. Same time frame, right? Same OPEC cycles. Revlon went on threshold a bit later though. I think didn't GME go on threshold? Did GME go on threshold on the T plus two? I can't remember the date. It was either December 18th or 22nd. If it went on the 22nd, then they're on the exact same schedule. Also, Gherk minus Rev equals GME. Doesn't it equal GHK? Like Gick? How can they rug pull Rev? I don't see a way unless call seller or call buyers capitulate. The biggest risk is that, you know, they release shares. That would kill it. $12.69 dark pool dump coming up 6 minutes. Do you think they're going to open more contracts later this week? They might, yeah. That's fine, Jesus. I think if we hit $30 in the next couple weeks, I become a stock god. APDN halted. Cool. Was Ivy on Jimmy as high during that time? It was getting up there, yeah. Not this high, but close. Like 130%. I already bought Rev Leaps. HKD hit 2,500. 1 trillion market cap today? Maybe. This doesn't feel like a bear market. This feels like fish in a barrel, spray and pray equals $1 gazillion. No, this is a bear market. This is an effect of a bear market. There's a reason they say bear markets make billionaires, right? I'm starting to think that AMTD is going to go ballistic. I mean, if they sell their position in HKD. I love your leap top of the chain indicator of IV. It gives me strength to carry on as long as it keeps rising. It's rising for no reason. We need to find out if the Revlon CEO is a degen. Bull markets make millions, bear markets make billions. Yeah. Rev breaking down here. I mean, I don't know where the sell pressure comes from. Is it possible likely for sudden huge IV crash like what happened to GME and June OPEX? Not really. I mean, they would have to shed their risk pricing, which is, I mean, on GameStop during June OPEX, that wasn't very dangerous, right? There wasn't a lot of interest. Most of the calls were weekly, so they knew they would capitulate. Like it was a play. They took some risk to do it. This is a totally different story. If they shed their risk right now, they could be selling options into a short squeeze for next to nothing, which would be really, really fucking dangerous, right? Will you be exercising your 10C August 19 revs? Yeah, depending on what price it hits over the next couple weeks. How do you think Jimmy will play out over the next 2 weeks before OPEX? I think it'll move up into the end of this week, beginning of next week. And then they're likely to short us down into the OPEX date or near the OPEX date. Why did different options contracts have different percentages? I think it's just based on like what its current IV is at that strike. And then it gives you like a range from there. Or Jan 2023 35s purely an IV play? No. They have some delta. I think they have quite a bit of delta right now. Yeah, 2.27 delta right now. BMG, what do you got for me? Hey Kenny, if you're listening, do it. De-hedge those rev calls, price down IV. All the fucking Dans, dare you. Yeah, you got censored for it. 36 new resistance for GME. I mean, it's a resistance. It hit 3680. So far, it looks like my morning's prediction was spot on. I still think it can run into the latter half of the day, though. I don't think 3750 is out of the question. AMTD rug pull. Interesting. Rev 35Cs, same like GME 100Cs in the middle of Jan 2021. No, Rev 35Cs are same like GME 35Cs at the beginning of Jan 2021. So the market maker is currently pricing in a 27% chance of hitting $35. You setting any stops on yet on Rev? Nope. Hasn't squeezed yet. Rev dying? No. Hasn't started yet. Is not the same as dying. If Rev sets you up for life, will that be like MOASS for you and you're done with this channel? I mean, I could make like several $1,000,000 off my position if it runs really hard. I don't think I'd quit doing this though. Does nothing to do with GME. Rev to 500 nets you 30 million. I have like 4x this position in my other broker. Quick name. Rev to 500 nets me a lot more than 30 million. I have 6,069 shares, 100 August $10 calls, and 500 January $35 calls. I probably will add to my Rev position again. How does it feel to say that? What? I mean, I don't know if it'll hit $500. That's really excessive. I'd be very happy with like, I mean, even if it hit $30, I'd be fucking unbelievably excited, right? I guess this is what you always say. Use one play to build the next. I'm not huevos deep, but I'm pretty deep in it. More than I would for any other position. Like any other just trade. 25 to 30 puts you at 1,000,000 gains depending on IV. Yeah, roughly. If it hits $35 and the January 35s hit like $28 a contract, I'll make $1.4 million on just the Jan 35s. I've never seen you more bullish than you are right now. You should have seen me in January of 2021. That's not a very big sell wall. Do you sleep in that cap? Yeah, it keeps the ideas inside my head. Can I do your taxes? No. I bought one August 12, 19C on Rev, because why not? Weird that Fidelity won't update cost basis on it till tomorrow. It says unavailable, where other contracts it's only a few minutes delay. That's pretty strange. Why are we thinking it was squeeze? What did I miss? Jesus Christ, I'm just gonna clip this. Here's the Revlon squeeze thesis. Revlon is currently generating FTDs at 40% plus of the volume traded. It filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy a few weeks ago. Then received a loan of $1.4 billion, making them once again solvent. One entity owns 42.66 million of the shares outstanding. The current free float is 7.75 million shares, at least according to WeBull. It's probably more around like 6.8, but it's somewhere in this range. Options interest is picking up on it at a very accelerated rate. FTDs are going to be due. Oh, it's on reg show threshold now for more than 13 days. So the threshold process on it has begun. It was listed on reg show, NYSE reg show threshold on 6/22 of 22. Am I forgetting anything here? It has currently 60% reported short interest. It is only contained in one ETF, which is Vanguard's VTI fund, or Vanguard's Total Market Index. That fund holds 80,000 shares. So there are no additional sources of liquidity with which to hedge or offset short positions. I'm going to clip that. When do those need to be satisfied? In 13 days. Sean D. You seem extremely confident in this one. It has everything that GameStop had in January of 2021 and less open market liquidity. So there's fewer sources of liquidity than GME had and a smaller float. No, SST was different. SST had outstanding warrants, which was noted multiple times, which could be released at any time to liquidate the float. If you didn't know that about SST, because I definitely said it like 900 times, then you weren't paying attention. And that's what happened with SST. No, Rev is not the same like SST. Any short squeeze, the underlying, like the company experiencing the squeeze can release shares and end the squeeze. In SST's case, they didn't even release shares. Their warrants simply were exercised and their float massively liquidated. No, their shares are locked up. They're insider shares. They're restricted from selling. Yeah. Why would a company care if it squeezes? Well, because they can make money off of it. Revlon currently has $5.4 billion in outstanding debt. And they can, use a short squeeze to their advantage to clear that debt. And, return their company to solvency and even profitability. Clips posted. Couldn't the powers be that have written some obscure FINRA rule post GME that deflates their risk in these scenarios? Yes, there's some. Dear Girk, I'm sorry to inform you that I am in on the Rev play, which inevitably will result in a total loss of yours and my money. Deepest sympathies, Bones. Shit. 10x current market cap to clear debt? Sure. I mean, they'd want to go higher than that, right? Because they'd want to retain some market cap. You think Tesla will go back to 1K? No. Double testing 920. What expirations are you playing for Rev? August 19th, January 20th, 2023. You think Rev earnings will impact price much? They might try to short it. What do you think a good time frame for Rev is? Could it pop this month, later in the year? Based on everything we're seeing, it looks very much like like the same time frame as Jan 2021. So to the end of this month, into August OPEX is the most likely time. So beyond 100, Revlon is profitable. Yeah, I would say that at a price above $90, it becomes significantly more risky to see a share offering. Do you see Ivy on Gens going back down or short term? Back down short term? Maybe into the end of next week they could. Is the only thing preventing what, Aradia? I mean, that's all they have is market maker synthetics, which aren't sufficient. That just guarantees a higher rate of failure, right? And since they're on threshold, it's only a 13-day cycle for fails. Is it too late to get into Rev chasing? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's too late. It's a little chasey. I mean, it's risky, but did it not show the whole message? Odd. No. The new rule allowing for equities to be used for margin loans, forget exactly, would that limit contagion in the market if Rev shoots? Sure. I mean, I don't know how much contagion Revlon would present at a $5 or $10 billion market cap. If I want to cashless exercise Rev 10C, I have to call my broker directly, right? Yeah, you also have to have margin. Your Rev explanation says it's marked as private. No, it should be public. Yeah, it's public. BBBY IBK our shares down to 90K. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to stomp it back down under 6 as much as they can. I haven't felt this good about a play since I YOLO'd into BBBY around $20. That's a decision you got to make for yourself. It's me, BK. What price would it need to get to for you to sell one and exercise one? They would have to be up like 10x, 130 to exercise one. Yeah, the contracts would have to be up like 1,000%. Right, 1,000%. Oh, maybe not. Not quite. If the price hits $20, you should be able to sell one to exercise one. It's 969, which was Revlon's current trading price when I made the video. I already bought Rev. IV just keeps rising. Yeah, the market maker's pricing in a shitload of risk. What's the value in owning shares of Revlon? Oh, I can use them for covered calls. They're not exposed to theta. If the price goes up enough, I can sell them to exercise contracts. Also, the cash I used on them, at least in these two accounts, was just like unsettled cash. So I couldn't buy options with it. %0 rev chatter on Wall Street bets. Well, you know, they're slow. So give them time. 1 second, guys. I'll be right. I smell cheaper contracts. A little bit. We're having a hard time dropping it. Ooh, I wonder what the options flow looks like for today. Oof. Yeah, call volume's picking up exponentially right now. It looks like none of it's being hedged either. This is awesome. 13% of Revlon's volume today is delta hedging. Are you weighing your port heavier towards Rev than GME for OPEX? No, probably about the same. I have them on Market Chameleon. I'm currently eating a bowl of Cocoa Pebbles. I don't know what Revlon's going to do over the coming days and weeks. We only have an initial analysis of it. Right now, positions look massively overexposed. I don't know how much chop there's left in the system because there's not that much liquidity left, right? So right now, they've already moved way beyond ETF liquidity. And they are simply internalizing. We are not seeing appropriate hedging for the calls being sold. What's a good call price for 819? If you're not going really near the money, you probably want to be further out past OPEX. I don't know. Jan 23, 35C up 300% already. Yeah, mine peaked at like 350. I know a couple of people were up at 400 on that last bump. Trading 5x the float today should help net off some of the FTDs. Sure, but what about the ones it creates? Right? They're trading synthetic volume to clear synthetic volume. Like I said, the asymmetric tails are collapsing. The risk and reward has flipped. The only way to fix this is to generate liquidity. The only way to generate liquidity have the rev tips touched? They've inverted. They touched so hard they blew past each other. Yeah, finger it out. Thanks for being a resource for us rather than just another one of Kenny's resources. Tell your boss at BlackRock that I said thanks for letting you call in sick so much to stream for us. P.S. When can my wife buy her Rev at BBBY while I'm shopping at GME? We'll see. Rev being such a low price, is it better to buy shares? Even with the cost paid for IV, options still present more leverage. Wouldn't they talk to the person that owns the entire float and make a deal? That would take time, which is something they don't have. Also, why would the person who owns the float make a deal with the shorts? I mean, he'll make a deal with them probably, but at a much higher price. Companies don't get very many opportunities like a short squeeze. Gherk knows because he owns the float. You bought it at $1, didn't you? I wish, but no. It's definitely not private, but I'll try to reset it, I guess. There. I don't know why it's showing up as private for anybody. It's the link I used. Oop. Hold on, I'll try to fix it. They're worried they may add another ETF to do shenanigans. Okay. RC equals rev calls. He's been trying to tell us this whole time. When will you find out gamma max on rev? Very nice, Average Joe. Someone called the SPY Head and Shoulders a few minutes ago. If you acted on it, congrats. Nice. Who's selling 350,000 shares of Bobby at 587? Someone who doesn't want it to go above 587? You know that slow lifting that objects do when someone turns off the gravity? That's Rev's price right now. Yeah. APD and halts. What if pump this morning was just your buy? No. There's no T plus 35 for FTDs created now. FTDs created now are under reg show requirements, so 13 days to cover. Or they're force settled on the 13th day. Essentially what happens is FTDs keep building up, right? As more and more of the liquidity dries up. And then it hits reg show. And then they have to settle these FTDs every day. And whatever new ones they create, 13 days out. Until all the FTDs are cleared. No, Rev's not going up right now. It's a tough decision. I understand, Jay Gills. No. So each day, the 13th day before it. So here's where it's added to the list, right? And you have 13 days. And then threshold begins. So from this point on now this doesn't work this way for ETFs, but that's mostly what we've talked about in the past. From each day on, day 1 will be settled on day 1. Day 2, settled on day 2. Day 3, day 3, day 10, day 10, right? And so on. In perpetuity until FTDs are less than 0.5% of the shares outstanding for 5 consecutive days. Yes, it's 13 trading days. Thoughts on 100 shares of Rev, selling them when he calls towards peak, then have free Rev shares for CCUs? Might not be bad. Well, that's the problem, is because there's no liquidity when they hit reg show. They're using synthetic liquidity to satisfy the FTDs from day 1 on day 1, right? Day 1. So they're using so this is generating more FTDs on day 13. Or day 26 over here, right? So like we've traded 43 million volume today. 43.72 million. But 40% or more of these trades are failing. So that means that, 13 days from now, they're going to have 21.5 million FTDs. Roughly. I mean, it's an estimate, obviously, but that will be force settled. Force settled. Yeah, Rev went on threshold on 6/22. But it didn't begin the threshold process for 13 days. Well, there's no... So, on GameStop, when this happens, when the FTDs get too compressed, they can start washing FTDs through ETFs, right? So you have GME FTDs being washed through, like, XRT and IJH and VTI, and they can then fail here in the ETFs and then use CNS to clear. With Revlon, there's only one ETF. So there's only one extra CNS chain. And this ETF doesn't have a lot of shares. It only has 80,000. So they really can't resolve very many FTDs through ETFs this way. How do you know how many trades fail? Well, you can look at the historic data and see, since it was put on Reg Show, the SEC releases an FTD report. You can see the rate at which trades are failing. There's only 7.75 million shares, right? It's pretty obvious that a significant number of trades are going to fail when you're trading 5x the float and volume. Up 150% on Rev Jan calls. What do? It's up to you. You can hold them, you can sell them. You have a lot of options. Is there a level-headed way of estimating the price range for a squeeze like this? The best bet is assuming that they'll want to clear their long-term debt with the newfound price improvement, right? Which is about $5.4 billion. So you can assume a market cap of greater than that would be in the company's best interest. Can MM internalize call option purchases? They can internalize the hedging. Fidelity has Rev, hard to borrow, and cost us 311. 311.25%. Yeah, IBKR is 400%. $70 off exchange today. Yeah, it's very high. Can they generate 80,000 shares a day from that one ETF? Yeah, as many times as they can turn it over. But don't forget, to turn it over, you have to redeem shares of VTI, which is trading at $205. Right? You have to redeem shares of VTI to get shares of Revlon, which is a fucking embarrassment. Yeah, Vanguard's ETFs don't seem to be heavily abused for this type of short selling. So, um it's very unlikely that they're going to get all that much liquidity out of it. When you did your back testing to see if you could predict FTDs on GME, is that possible to do with Revlon? Yeah. Oh, they're still not covering. They're redeeming shares of VTI. But it's only getting more and more illiquid. No, I'm not popcorn trader. Do you think one short hedge fund could get rescued by another? Sure. DMs. What do you got? Oh shit. Bullish. Godspeed, Zakura. When they redeem shares from VTI, does that make VTI go up or down? Well, down because they redeem the share, keep the Revlon, sell the rest, right? And since Revlon's such a small weight in VTI, they're selling massive amounts of VTI off in order to procure Revlon shares. What's VTI look like right now? It's kind of getting hammered a bit. Do I hold my weeklies overnight? Oh, it's risky. Why don't you get out on the second run and get into something better? Weren't you up? You think Revlon has more range to the upside for August OPEX than GME? Yeah. You've encouraged me to become a boring, diversified investor. I'm now full port across BBBY, GME and Rev, Shill, Guybrush for MOASS. What was the short interest on Rev? Reported at 60%. Probably another 30-40% of the float short through VTI as well. Is it ice cream sandwich time? No. You never thought Jimmy would be your safety hedge for an OPEC cycle, did you? I can't say that I did. Looks like GME fell very much within expectations for today. I still don't expect a lot for this until end of this week, early next. No, I needed to hit 10 to break even. Got into 1050 Cs at the top. Oh, okay. Goddamn motherfucker turd. You son of a bitch. I'm gonna need to start a hedge fund just so you don't trade your port anymore. Revlon for MOASS. Thank you, Silence of the Dans. When next cat reentry? I actually don't think 385 is a bad spot. Um, However, if the SPY and Dow are coming down, you may want to just be patient. And I think both of them are going to come down quite a bit pretty soon here. Why do you think Rev will do a run during OPEX? Just because August options expiring? No, because that's when all their FTDs and settlement will be due for VTI. You know what 13 days from today is, right? No. 13 trading days from today is the 18th. One day more than 12 days from today. It traded like 30 million volume yesterday too. And all those FTDs will be due right before August OPEX. And then OPEX will demand the settlement of any ETF FTDs or any ETF positions created in order to short Revlon during this period. This is why GME, like GME blew up on January OPEX, right? Like FTDs kept compounding, and then the OPEX was the additional push over the edge. Like January 15 leaps expired, right? Did DFE know about OPEX while investing? Does anyone know? You know, GME ran on the OPEX cycles back then, but it wasn't so obvious. Like the OPEX cycles go all the way back fucking forever. But the price movement and volume was not very noticeable. Nothing more than you would expect from an options expiration. So I don't know, you know, it wasn't really until Cohen, you know, dried up liquidity with his buy-ins that we started to see a significant amount of well, Cohen and retail buying in heavily from like August on, that we really started to see like very, very pronounced OPEX cycles. We'll see. If volatility in the market goes up, volatility is inverse price, which would bring the market down. You know, the market went down hard in January of 2021. Good to Rev August 19 calls so September once we're closer to expiration so we can get coverage for August OPEX. Yeah, that's kind of my plan, is I'm going to hold these to the ETF FTDs that are due in a few days. And then, you know, when that run happens, I'm going to probably roll out my August position to September. I got a bad fill on my 819C. It's regularly trading below. Is it worth trying to reposition or just forget about it? I mean, you could try to average down. Just because you got a bad fill today where we're trading relatively, you know, on top of VWAP doesn't mean it's that bad of a fill. Is the Ivy play dead since Ivy's currently at 600%? I mean, Ivy can go far higher than that. But Ivy on Jan 35s is only at 280%. You know, like GME call options in January hit like thousands of percent IV on the intraday. Rev setup is very similar to Spurt last year. Similar float, FTDs, retail interest, same OPEX window too. I know. They're few and far between, Bob, but when they're there, they're great. When will FTDs between 614 7.6 be realized? With the offsetting, they should. Some of them already should be realized. 614. Because those can be anything that occurred before it was put on Reg Show could be marked long. So you'd have to add 35 days to that. I'd have to map out more of the FTDs for this than I have. Give me a second and I could probably tell you. 614. I need to do this on the 1 day. Six 14, 2, and 35. So these would have fallen on June 21st, but are instead going to fall 13 days later on August 9th. And then just carry that forward from the so August 9th would be the settlement date for June 14th FTDs. So just keep carrying that forward 1 day. So June 15th would be August 10th, 16th, 11th, and so on. Why do you have both shares and leaps? Why not? If it goes up to like $200, I'm just going to exercise everything, right? Exercise everything, sell deep in the money covered calls when they announce a share offer, and then fucking hold the stock for a year before I sell it. Don't forget the part where you take your shirt off. Well, Smith's apology video. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, they came in at the same time. Let me. I just wanted to say thanks again for financially advising me. And can you please explain how this potential rev squeeze plays into the buy high, sell low strategy? Is it too soon to buy? I've learned a lot from you, from putting my GME shares to make money via CC to finally making money on long calls with Rev. The biggest thing you've taught me is that rich people have circular driveways because the rich do not go in reverse. Thank you so much, Yeti. I appreciate it, guys. I went full bull at 1070 and averaged up my $8.19 $9 calls. They're $2 each. Should I roll forward or hold on and buckle up? It's up to you, man. When you exercise and then later sell deep in the money CCs, when they get assigned and you sell those shares, how are you taxed? Short-term cap gains still? Yeah, but only on the covered calls. So you're taxed on the gains, but you still have the shares. You expect GEX to carry over on GME till tomorrow, or not enough GEX to be relevant? It's not really enough to be relevant. Nobody on Wall Street Bets is talking about Rev either. We aren't even close to FOMO yet. Nope, not even a little bit. I haven't been watching for roughly 2 to 3 hours. Did you already talk about why everything is squeezing? No, not yet. Rev's over 500 million. How high do you think Ivy will go on Jan Leaps? I think it hit like 450% in June, so it could at least go that high. Should earnings affect Rev later this month? Who gives a fuck? Literally, they don't need to make any money at this point. They already filed for bankruptcy. Nobody cares about their fucking earnings. 5.4 billion across 54.54 million shares is $100 a share. Yes. I would expect that they would want it to go much higher before releasing shares, though. They wouldn't want to just cover their debt, right? They'd want to cover their debt and have cash left over. I haven't seen it. Yeah, Revlon can release shares, but why would they? Dan for Hire, what's up, dude? We have new songs? This is very exciting. Hold on.
You see, the thing about trading stocks is there's really only one single indicator that truly matters. Now, I know that I have commonly been referred to as the best trader of our generation, or Girk's right-hand man, or the king of quants, or Defkin. But the most important thing is that I see things and indicators that others do not. I can't give two hoots about FTDs or cycles or what have you. Nor do I care about the economic calendar, futures, and rates, or them FOMC meetings. All that really matters when it comes to trading any stock is one single indicator that will change your life. Let me just put it this way. I've been using the rounded bottom breakout ever since I
get
someone
fuck
on the internet
you.
to tell me about rounded bottom breakout. I don't do it to be cool. I don't do it to make a statement. I just like losing money.
Let me see that bottom. I can smell that bottom. I can feel that bottom. Break it out to the best that it can be. I can taste that bottom. I can feel that bottom. I can be your bottom. As long as you promise not to tell on me.
Thank you so much, Dan for Hire. Rounded bottom breakout for MOASS. That's generally not how short squeezes start. Ten out of 10 stream today. Loving it, bro. Thank you so much, Purple Hulk. You gotta pump those rounded bottom breakouts up. The McConaughey impersonation was fucking phenomenal. This looks like some bullish consolidation on Rev. Couldn't be anything else. You consider that the bankruptcy trustee won't want to wait that long in a squeeze. Do they have an option? What shares do they have access to? Why wouldn't they? Better yet. How often would you say plays like Rev come along? They happen. Depends on macro conditions, but not that often. About once every 19 months in my experience. I mean, theoretically, they should happen more and more often as time goes on. You say you want a Revlon Lucian? Am I too bullish? I don't know. Doesn't sound like you're as bullish as I am. Trustee might have to submit a written request to the court to release shares, but no longer be up to the shareholders. I mean, it's not up to the shareholders anyway. It'd be up to the board. Do you really think Rev can reach $30? I think it could go much higher than $30. I don't know if it will, but it could. My ideal scenario would be exercising half of my January $35 calls, giving me a shareholding of 25,000 shares. $250,000 shares. Extra zero there. Yep, I'm gonna DFV this motherfucker. Even if they supplant the board, it doesn't matter. They'll still try to get the maximum value for debtors. I was right? Yeah. Okay, I was right. But I have the 110s too. Might have to sell those. Exercising Rev or just selling calls? I don't know yet. MM's internalizing it on Rev today. Like literally everything, yeah. They're internalizing as much as they feasibly can. I have 600 total calls. Prediction for today's sinus impact on Revlon. Oh, no idea. I'm sure it'll be kind of volatile. Because whatever they haven't cleared has to be cleared by 310 before sinus closes. When we see MM internalization reach the market, whenever they dump it, they can hold it for days. No, I have 500, but it's I'd still have to sell to exercise all of them or exercise half of them. If you don't have a different tax implication for not holding a year, would there be a benefit to still selling CCs instead of just selling shares? Hmm, I guess not. They'll probably, if it squeezes, there'll probably be a dead cat bounce of some sort, depending on how the squeeze ends. Did you delete your Rev tweet, or was that Twitter? No, I deleted it and retweeted because the link wasn't working. Yeah, it's up. Yeah, 25. I was right the first time. It's 25,000. How can it be beneficial to internalize orders of a stock that is about to skyrocket? It stops it from skyrocketing. Would you retire if Rev hit 250? I'd be very happy. Accelerated settlement is good through 320. Sinus closes at 310. They can internalize anything that would hit the NYSE exchange. Thoughts on phase? I thought it was kind of dumb. Where's Gaff? When is internalization realized? When they dump it. Are they forced to uninternalize at some point? I mean, eventually, yeah. Is GAF a Revlon bear? No. The last I heard, GAF was not a Revlon bear. Bullish GAF, sign of the Armageddon. Rev looking much better than BBBY. I mean, they both look very good. Revlon's better set up for a squeeze than BBBY is right now. But that's because of its extremely small float. I already made a clip about it, Joey. You can go look at it. How long could they keep these internalized for? As much as their margin will allow. I'm sorry, William. I have a question about Rev's all-time high. Does that provide any clear information? No. It's from like the 90s. Is this some kind of short contagion effect? It's an effect, which I will describe in the DD that I'm currently working on. Everything's kind of trading sideways right now. Ooh. Fucking A. You moved my stops up. Holy shit. If someone is 25% underwater on Rev because I'm AUG 19, 11Cs buying at the top, at this point, is better reposition some Jan 35s or just hold? Asking for a friend. It's up to you. You might get a better exit. Everyone asks when DD, but no one asks how is DD. So is it bullish or bearish? Both? Remember when you got irritated at us and played full bear for half an hour while you took a break? I'm just saying that Popcorn is losing money, Gaff is bullish, and you've got a nice new song. It's pretty awesome. Why would I look behind me? Are you there? You're gonna kiss me on the neck? No? Lamb. Did you remember the cover sheet for the DDTPS report? The regional manager for BlackRock is doing an audit soon. He can go fuck himself. I had to step away for an hour. Can you update options data flow for Rev? I'm interested if it's getting spicy. Let's take a look. Positive delta is now at 391,320. Fell off a little bit into the early part of this hour, but it looks like it's starting to pick up again. Lots of bot calls. Bot calls are exceeding sold calls, but people are definitely selling call positions. Lots of weeklies sold off mostly. Hopefully those reposition with their profitability. We'll see. Institutional interest is largely short. Small retail, and professional interest is long. Most of the bullish options flow is further dated 10 to 30, 30 to 60, 60 to 90, and 90 to 120 days to expiry, which is very good. And most of the bearish sentiment is near dated, out to August like 19th, August 12th, really. So that's a very good indicator. Nice strong options position building up. Turn my weeklies into leaps. Nice. Does Rev only show up on certain brokers? No, it should be available on all of them. Check Market Chameleon for the SPY. Jesus Christ, it tripled since I last checked. Oh, for the net delta? Yeah, they're just they're just loading puts. It's fucking crazy. Everyone getting ready for a crash. We'll be telling if active funds start buying calls. Yeah. Why can't I see the GME price on the screen? Oh, because it split and isn't worth as much anymore. Wait, is Revan what? Oh, okay. Yeah, it just keeps consolidating more and more. No, my microphone's not unplugged. Am I too late to jump in for Rev? That's up to you, man. GME up 11% over the last 5 days. Yeah, it's doing pretty good. I'm sure you knew about the community in Florida where everyone's a millionaire from being early investors in Coca-Cola. Yeah. Pickle Jar is about to become the first virtual community of Revlon millionaires. And we'll see about that. I'm definitely holding them overnight. The 35K share volume on VTI 2 bars ago. 45K share volume. Okay. Nice. As soon as Revlon trades some volume in the market, things should get pretty fucking spicy. They're trying to crush liquidity down as much as they can, but they're running out. I mean, it's can't internalize forever. Do you have any stop losses for Revlon? I do not. Easiest stream card for tomorrow. Make Gherk look fabulous. As long as it says, is it a, maybe it's a short squeeze, maybe it's Maybelline. What kind of volume are you looking for? It's already 60% of its float, and yet it's not trading nearly the amount of options volume it should be. There's about 200K of short pressure right there. Good for them. Every short's a future long, right? Maybe it's critical margin. Maybe it's make believe. Why ever bullish on squeezes when it's well known they can internalize the moon well before we get there? What do you mean? Because they can't internalize forever, dude. I didn't ask you to be bullish on it. If AMC would just start selling Revlon at the concession counter, they'd both moon. So what's your call breakdown on Rev? How is it weighted for each strike? I have 100 $10 calls for August 19th, and I have 500 $35 calls for January 20th, 2023, along with several thousand shares. Why go for 35s? Don't worry. If the price goes up, their Vega will too. What are the chances for Revlon to be acquired by P&G, Unilever, Estee Lauder? I don't know. That would cause literally like a Volkswagen squeeze there, right? $50K today, just on the $35 calls. Yeah, a little more, but yeah. I'm up about 8 grand on the $10 calls. A little bit down on the shares. HKD is just squeezing. Revlon compares to GME stock-wise, way better position-wise, because not as much ETFs, reg show, etc. This is somewhere where GME can also end up. No. GME's got way too much ETF, FTD, or ETF exposure. It wouldn't end up in this situation. No named trustee or hearing until 8/22, which probably cannot do something material to the company like release shares until after that date. Yeah, additionally, I mean, with the loan, they can back out of the bankruptcy, right? That's why the shorts started trying to bail. Might hit oil with all this drilling. Dude, we're down 50 cents. Chill the fuck out. Jesus Christ, how do you guys ever hold a position? This channel's a scam. I heard from Reddit you're talking Revlon, and I thought I would try out a new beauty channel. Oh, sorry. Is Revlon potentially a better short squeeze play than GME was? Yes. The question is, will it get the interest GME did? Because without that, then no. Can't chop off my calves and sell them on the black market. It probably allows a more advantage restructure. It may give the debtors the option to let them back out. Which is why the shorts would be scared, yeah. There's an article from Biz Journals talking about a possible acquisition last month. I mean, they're less likely to buy it now that it's moved up 100% in 2 days. This is not going to get the interest. Millions of people bought their first stock ever during the GME squeeze. Stimmies fueled it. Yeah, that's true. But this is cheaper. Thoughts on how Cenas closing impacts Rev? It looks like they're trying to short into the Cenas close, so probably positively. That's not how short squeezes work. Meatball sub. Down 50 cents. I'll never financially recover from this. Thanks for your well-informed opinion, Alex L. Anyone else have this problem? Expand the chain so you can see all the strikes. The buyer said they want the company to exceed their company's current value for shareholders to agree with the acquisition. Interesting. Meaning the one guy who owns the stock wasn't going to sell it for nothing? It is not too late to get in on Rev. Not at all. My Jan 35C just went up in price from the drop. Yeah, they hit it kind of hard here. Right, they offload the short internalization first, try to get call sellers to capitulate, then they offload the long internalization after CNS. Come on, these strategies aren't even complex. You guys can figure this shit out all on your own. It's not like they're gonna dump the fucking long internalization first and rocket the stock, right? So you dump all the sell orders, which gets people to sell out of their calls, which further pushes the price down, right? Then you dump your long internalization and rocket it back up. How many times have you guys paper-handed shit that was dropping only to have it bounce right back higher than where you sold at? And don't fucking lie to me. All the fucking time, right? I know you guys. Then you buy back in for more money and it drops again. Here's what you do. Make a plan. Fucking stick to it. No, I just diamond hand them through the peaks. It means 35 isn't just possible. I didn't think it was just possible. I thought it was pretty probable. But yeah, DM me. Me and Gaff went pretty deep on the research last night. I'm pretty confident in it. Wait, you sell options? Sure. On what? Do you think Rev 35Cs will get cheaper before it potentially squeezes? Maybe sometime next week, but it's unlikely to see an IV drop. The market maker's pricing in a shitload of IV right now. You didn't need to call me out like that. I'm sorry, Jean-Claude. I didn't mean it personally. It was a generalization. Can you explain why you bought Rev calls this morning? Because I think it's going to short squeeze. Big and hard. I have no idea how deep Gaff went. The last thing I was talking to Gaff about was wire transferring money into brokerages. That's because he has all his money in shitty imaginary currency. Why didn't you full port yet? And I'm pretty ported. I put a lot of money in Revlon today. The current value of that money is much higher than when I put it in, but that would super stonk me talking about Revlon. Can't talk about other stocks in super stonk. They called BBBY a distraction. I made a video about it, Saras. You can go watch it. Does any of this have to do with your FTD calculation attempts with the quants? A little bit. On Rev, should we do weeklies? Risky. I don't think it's gonna squeeze this week. You have access to 10% of the float? No. Right? No. That would be 700,000 shares. I have nowhere near that much. Yeah, if TTM squeeze predicted short squeezes, everyone in the world would be rich. Yeah, 14 minutes till CNS closes. How many people do you think are back holding HKD at 2,500 right now? Probably not that many. It's too expensive for most people to buy. Or even worse, they're buying it on margin. Yeah. I just ate a deep dish Chicago pizza in your honor. Thanks. So you know the treasury yields today? They're the real MOASS, apparently. 8% up. Bullard speaks tonight too. Rev might collapse SPY a little too into SLD. Oh, is Japan gonna sell their treasuries tonight? Plus they want to get rid of their debt. Interesting. I'd be going crazy for Rev. What should I look for the next best entry? Sooner entries are probably better entries. There may be another opportunity, but there may not. That's, you know, the risk you take waiting for a better one. This morning was a good entry, so I took it. I don't know if there'll be another one. If there is, I'll add to my position. How much further do you think Rev can squeeze? I mean, if somebody had told you in December of 2020 that fucking GameStop was going to go to $483, I think even DFE would have laughed in their fucking face. So who the fuck knows? Up. It could go up a lot. Potentially more than GameStop went up. So I don't think, 16 or 3,000% are out of the question. Similar timeline to GME in 2021, yeah. As long as interest comes in. Interest is building today, so, and it's looking good. It's strong. I said 1,600 to 3,000 are not out of the question. Yeah, I don't know if it'll have the support. That's a good point. I mean, we'll see. Frankly, I don't give a shit if it goes up 200%. I'll make a ton of money, right? I think currently Revlon's below the allowed market cap for Wall Street bets. Creation redemption happens right after CNS closes. I noticed that too. It seems, well, it occurs in, like, it starts occurring then and into after hours. Just got a Maybelline ad on your video. That's funny. If it can hit 10K, it could hit 1 million. Sure. I mean, that other stupid fucking stock that does nothing and, like, doesn't even have a working website, it's up to, like, what, $2,500 today? Are you planning to time the peak? Setting stops and seeing where it goes? You think GME is dead? No. Not at all. Is it after CNS that the stock goes up? Could. What's the bear thesis on Rev? They can release shares and stop a potential squeeze or stop the squeeze in its tracks. That's it. The rest of the positions are already too compounded to escape amicably. Yeah, it always was, Gordon. How long do you think Rev can go by the end of this week? I don't know. Into next week, it could drop as low as back to 5. If it does, I'll buy more positions. No, I'm not leaving if it starts squeezing. Do you think chat owns 10% of Rev's shares? I doubt chat's bought very many shares. Are you gonna wear the cookies hat or the VWAP hat to your congressional hearing on the beauty stock event? The VWAP hat, of course. Nice, Surface Smurf. If Rev drops down several more dollars, how would that affect the price of Gen 35Cs? So far they just went up. They dropped to like 290%, somewhere around here. And now they're back at 300%. The market maker is pricing in a lot of upside. When you set a trailing stop on options contracts, E-Trade doesn't look like it does. If it's not, is it stop limit order with wider margin the only way to avoid getting stopped out too soon on volatility? Trailing stops don't avoid getting stopped out on volatility. As a matter of fact, they're super susceptible to getting stopped out on volatility because they follow price action up. They don't move down with price action, right? So, you know, if a stock moves up hard, your trailing stop will follow. And then when the price moves down, you'll fill. Whereas a stop limit, when the price moves up, you can wait for consolidation. And you can set your limit below the volatility. And then if the stock moves down, you fill. But if the stock moves up, you don't. And you can simply follow price action higher. Why down to $5 next week, and how to weigh the risk relative to your current position? Well, that was the risk. Like, I mean, I know it can drop into next week. It's very, very typical for, these low float mid cap stocks to drop into OPEX before covering begins. But given the pressures and the fact that Rev is on threshold, it's very unlikely that it will. And so I'm willing to take that risk if it does. I would like you to open your congressional appearance with first, I am not a pickle. Thanks, Roy Kitty. Is there a public agenda of what Bullard is speaking on tonight? Or is it unknown yet? I have no idea what he's speaking on. They already came out a little hawkish today, right? Do you know HKD was on threshold list? I have no idea. You could go check. September 15's viable player is August, maybe 12, 13 better. Wanted to get Jan 35s, but Ivy is so high already it seems chasey unless Ivy comes down. I mean, Ivy is kind of high on them, but they're still very, very cheap. I mean, I think conservatively the stock could potentially hit $35 or $40. And if it were to, $1.50 a call is still extraordinarily cheap for that potential. No, I don't think a GME squeeze would look the same volume-wise. Doesn't HKD have a super tiny float? I do like September 16, 15C for Rev. Doesn't seem terrible. What happened to BBBY if they bought Rev? They don't have any money. Is there another entry? Do you have a rough idea of when that will be? Is the drop into OPEX, if it happens, the only chance? It's the only possibility, but, because of the FTDs and the uncertain nature of how those will affect internalization and the volatility of the underlying, that period of time still may not present a better opportunity than now. There's no guarantees you'll get in cheaper. You could get in now and get, have to carry a bag for a couple weeks before something happens. That's a possibility as well. But like, you're asking me to predict a stock with, implied volatility that's already, surpassing 400% on weeklies, and it's ridiculous. Like, even the market maker doesn't know, right? That's what they're telling you. That's why the IV keeps going up, because the market maker is afraid. I'm not ridiculous. Cena's song time? Maybe, yeah. That seems like a good time for the Cena song. Seeing deep in the money calls on Rev, $1 strike. Probably trying to clear FTDs. You can also sell some out the money CSP like $9 if you're on the fence. True. Rev has OPEX. Yeah.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it.
Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your hole. Market ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene this hard.
Buy rates are probably pretty profitable. I wouldn't do them because like it could potentially short squeeze and you miss out on all that upside potential. Dave of the Pigeon Wheel Daves. Maybe CSP rights are better. Synthetic longs on Rev? Yeah, once people realize it. I don't usually buy those. There is down and there's more downside risk on this even than there was on Bobby. But I do think they're credit positive. Like you could write like $9 puts for Jan and buy 2 to 1 $10 calls. Even $9 calls 2 to 1. Yeah, that's insanely credit positive. My margin account is tied up with my SPY short position though. Otherwise I would have probably done some of that. Or at least gotten some like credit like bull put spreads, but sometimes listen to the stream on Discord, and the moments where you're playing a song are the polar opposite of on the YouTube stream. Instead of elation, it's silence and FUD. Yeah, I can't get the audio track to play on the Discord. Yeah, options profit calculators aren't very accurate when IV goes nuts. Mr. Kofa, I'm sorry. I don't know if you saw this, but the CEO of Revlon is the daughter of the guy who owns the majority of Revlon. She's an executive at McAndrews and Forbes. Yeah, I think I already heard that today. They aren't going to sell his shares unless it makes dumb money. I think we're good. Yeah, I agree. I don't think they're going to bail unless they can cover their debt and survive. And they'd be planning to survive like a 10-year recession period. So I think they fucking let them squeeze themselves out. BTI down 25%, while SPY down 38%. Wouldn't someone be hitting that arbitrage? 0.24? Yeah, we ran a little bit into Sinus. Let's see what happens. They're internalizing the shit out of the order flow. This is GME's shot at 37.50. I don't know if it'll make it though. Probably not. BBBY starting to come up. I wonder what Grim2 was talking about. Take actions further that pressure the shorts, I'd think. Probably, yeah. If you're using Stream Deck, you can just route it to your mic's channel in their app. What? That sounds way more complicated than anything I understand about streaming. Are we having a meeting today? Not asking for it, just trying to plan ahead. Yeah, I think a meeting is in order. I really got to finish that DD though. I mean, I'm glad that I didn't last night and instead fucked around with Gaff till 3 in the morning trying to figure out Revlon because I'm up like 50 grand, but at the same time, I really want to finish my DD. Revlon sold 60% short, reported. Yeah, what were you talking about, the 320 thing? Because the NSCC documentation says CNUS closes at 310. So is there some sort of other settlement that's continuing beyond that? What is Rev OPEX date? 3rd Friday of August? Yeah, that would be the expiration. The settlement would be the T+2 period following that. Is that DD that important? Yeah. I don't do this for the money, Daniel Taylor. You know that. It's about being right and then rubbing it in people's faces. %68% dark pool rev. Yeah, it was higher earlier. People act like 60% is not a lot. It's a fucking lot. I'm down $75 on Rev. We are not the same. Fair. You do it for the ego boost. I don't need my ego boosted. You think the majority owner of Rev loans their shares? Maybe they recall them. They might. In which case, that's even more compelling. Yeah, I haven't dug that deep into Rev yet. I don't know what their like corporate share lending policy is or anything like that. Where can I find your daily DD posts? Linked at the top of the chat. They're pinned every day. Thought you were gonna say something nice about sharing info and educating people. I should have known. That's just a side effect. So weird. My broker must have a glitch. It tells me Rev is close only on certain option strikes. Yeah, but lets me buy other option strikes. So there have been a lot of PCO reports today on Revlon. I'm not really sure why. No, of course not. You're gonna add in rev calls? Which strike date would you add on to? I might get something like in between, like 20s for September or something like that. Eating Sichuan peppers so I can numb myself to this price action and hold my weeklies overnight. I'm gonna call your wife, turd, and tell her to not let you buy weeklies anymore. After hours run to price out some portion of retail? Possible. Yeah. Probably not until the 4th. Yeah, could come earlier. Spy? I am out. OCC has basically put most odd strikes as PCO. I don't know the motivation. Huh. Like non-standard data issues or something? I cannot buy $13 Jan 2023, but I can buy $35 Jan 2023. Fuck. I don't know. They have like a 0.27 delta. It's not like they don't have a hedging effect. Maybe it's even higher now, actually. What's it at now? 0.28. Now it's a 28% chance of $35 calls going in the money. I love it. Yesterday these were like 0.05, I think, or 0.09. TDA at 0.29. Yeah, that's pretty close. This is like 0.2855. So IV keeps bumping on them too. It's at like 283% now. The price hasn't moved, but the options chain sure as fuck is. How's that hole looking? Juicy. Could the majority owner even lend out shares that are not included in the float and are locked away as insider shares? Depends on their like charter. Maybe. We have to dig a lot deeper to figure stuff like that out. Obviously, this stack is not as well researched as like GameStop or BBBY, right? Because it's just recently on the radar. Can you explain IV? It's like the Pokemon or the electric vehicle. What? You full well know what implied volatility is. How do they price up delta? Is it via charm? No, it's just because of probably increased gamma. Charm is delta decay. I mean, sort of, because they have so much time till expiry, so they're pricing them up relative, but no, not really. When are FTDs from yesterday on Rev due in 12 trading days? And I don't think the market maker is going to hold off on their covering for more than like a T+2, like a rotating T+2 period, right? How do people not know that ivy is a type of plant that grows along solid structures? Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah. Nintendo's gonna partner with somebody for the first time, maybe ever. Why not? Ugh, so much hopium. Do you expect stagnation on Rev until 12, 13 trading days from now? Oh no. No, I think Revlon will continue to remain spicy and volatile. Meatball Candy, thank you so much for becoming a Cornichon, man. I appreciate it. At what point, when Ivy gets too high, is it more advantageous and less risky to just buy shares? I mean, that was a long time ago, but you don't get the leverage with shares that you get with options. So it depends on what you want. Philly doing big floor trades over the last 20 minutes on Rev. Huh, who'd have thought? It's already on Reg Show, so who gives a shit? Anyone know what the margin requirement is for shorting Rev? What is it, like 300%? Yeah, maintenance requirement's 300%. It's hard to borrow. Borrow fee rate is 328.1 on WeBull. I think it's 320 or 311 on Fidelity and 400% on IBKR. Are they trying to wash FTDs? Yeah, but good luck. $5.6 million deep in the money puts, mostly for Jan 24 on GME came in today. Sold or bought? What strike? Strike's really important. They're either short positions or entropy positions. Why do you say good luck? Is the Ivy spiking, making it cost prohibitive? It's already cost prohibitive to short Revlon. The cost to borrow is between 300 and 400%. There's no fucking shares available, and it's got a 300% margin requirement. It's also on Reg Show. You can't short stocks that are on Reg Show, except through market maker provisions. So only market makers can short something that's on Reg Show. So even if you're shorting position, like if you were to open a short position on Revlon, you'd only be getting a synthetic short. Jan 2335, 91610, and 50 shares. Trying to get to 100, obviously. Nice. The news on Revlon is trying to say the reason for this move is the earnings on 816. Sure. Yeah, everyone's super bullish on a bankrupt company's earnings. $97.50, 90, 107.50, 111, or 115 and 80. Looks to be at the mid. So like the 80s might be short positions. The higher ones look like entropy. Those might be sold. If you click on it on shift search, you should be able to see if the bid is, if the ask is going up or down. Possible that IBKR has position closing only because they are worried about another GME type event. Those guys freaked out when GME shot up in 2021. Probably. But they're still letting people buy calls, so they're not that freaked out yet. Why wasn't this on our short squeeze when it was at $2 a share? I don't know. Because that place is a cesspool. IBKR might have some big issues under the hood. Maybe. I spoke with support on TOS and they said they aren't going to have jam leaps at this time. Is that weird? Yeah. Very weird. This was on short squeeze for months. Yeah, but they probably all bailed on the last run up. Little did they know that the last run up was just the beginning. Sounds like they're moving forward with layoffs in my department, so I'm going to need you to go ahead and squeeze Rev now. I can't squeeze Rev, but I don't think it needs any help. If you wanted to boomer part of your port, what would you buy into? I have like my boomer portfolio on the Discord in the value investing channel. Although it's changed a little since I last posted it, but not much. Rev is a higher risk play than GME. Theoretically, it's a lower risk play, but more potential in the short term. Yeah. See, like, I don't think GME's August OPEX is going to be that crazy, because I think they probably, whatever's doing the ETFs is probably rolled forward to the futures expiration in September. So I think it'll have like an August OPEX, but I think September can be much bigger. This is the futures expiration, and this is where like ETF pro rata shares would be due from the dividend split. They may cover them in August. I don't know, but it would make more sense for them to write the future out to the next futures expiration or the forward. Would you say Rev's high risk play? Can you explain how Reg Show works? I kind of did earlier. Basically, 5 consecutive days of shares outstanding greater than 0.05% failed will begin inclusion in Reg Show. After 13 days on the Reg Show threshold list, forced settlement begins. From the first day of Reg Show inclusion on until FTDs or 5 days of FTDs below 0.05% of the shares outstanding. It shot up over 100% yesterday and has squeezes in its near past. Well, it's got a very small float, so it's easy to squeeze. Sorry. Can you make a case? Can you make a case as why you think there's much more room to go on Rev? It shot up over 100% yesterday, has squeezes, and it's near pass. Not fudding, I just want your thoughts. Thanks for all you do. I think the amount of fails that it is generating have flipped the risk-reward profile for those who are short or short volatility, and their asymmetric tails are going to collapse. A failure rate of more than 40% of the volume traded implies that like by now, and this was 15 days ago, that by now the majority of shares traded are failing, and since it's trading significantly in excess of its float every day, 5 times, almost 6 times its float today traded, 40% of that would mean that 3 times the amount of the shares available have failed just today. That and 60% short interest means that the amount of fails is probably even greater. I see no reason for the company to dilute the stock until the stock has reached a valuation that can pay off their long-term debt and stabilize the company as a profitable enterprise once more. And that would be a target market cap of, $5 to $10 billion. And with the current float, that would mean a share price of 90 to 180. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that it would go not only up, but up much, much more. Also, only 30% of the volume traded today has hit the lit exchange. So 70% of the volume today, almost 68 to 70, that's fluctuated throughout the day, has been traded in dark pools. Dark pool trades still have to settle. They print, the volume prints when the trade occurs, but they don't settle immediately. Does the DMM keep generating FTDs? Yes. Nope. I don't think there's a limit. I can't believe I'm closing out my Rev Jan 35s that are up 370%. You can do whatever you want. I'm not closing mine, but that should have no influence on what you choose to do with your position. Our positions are not the same. Our goals with the position are likely not the same either. Thoughts on August 26th, near the money calls? Meh. I just buy further ones because you save more money on IV. Is there a different goal than make oodles of money? I mean, sometimes, yeah. Some people have different risk profiles. I mean, I can lose 50 grand on this and I'll be fine. Other people, that could be catastrophic. Right? That's a big difference positionally to the amount of risk that a person can withstand. And so, you know, if someone's up 300%, they've tripled their money, almost quadrupled. You know, that's a perfectly reasonable time to ask, you know, is this something I should continue to be involved in? I'm here for the excitement. What's this about making or losing money? What do you think about running CSPs on this instead of calls? It's very profitable. Puts are expensive. Can afford to lose 50K. Can't afford to lose the wife. Fair enough. Price stagnation is due to internalization. They aren't able to crush IV on it either. No, the market maker is continuing to price in higher and higher risk, likely because the DRM or DMM is internalizing so heavily. If Rev squeezes and somehow I end up in the red, we will know that order has been restored to the universe. Yeah. Theta gonna come strangle me in my sleep. See you tomorrow. Pray to Lady VWAP at Pamsit in the morning. Well, Turd, tomorrow's T+2 from the run-up yesterday. Right? So, there's a good chance that we'll see a big spike tomorrow and you'll be able to reposition. Do we know who is the DMM? I haven't looked it up yet, but it's either Citadel or Virtu. It's an NYSE stock. And Goldman doesn't really fuck with equities that much. They have a list. You can look it up. She has to reposition again or regain faith in weeklies. I mean, I wouldn't play weeklies on this at all. I think it's still a couple weeks out from any serious potential. I would be trying to position for, you know, 30 to 45 days at a minimum. Why do you just like near the money calls on Rev? What's with the 26th August date because of OPEX? I mean, I guess people are targeting OPEX, but that's the week of like OPEX's settlement. And if this blows up, right? So it runs on so it runs up on FTDs into OPEX, right? And then OPEX hits and settlement occurs. And you get these two big upside days. What's this, the 22nd, 23rd? Then this is going to create more upside due to MM. So every T+2, the more call buyers there are, the more this keeps running. And then FTDs are still compounding through this period. So you want to have time because it can take a really long time for that to play out, especially if it gets crazy. Like, it may not even pick up a significant number of buyers until it hits, like, the first T+2 gamma exposure period. And then these can start to lead into exercising, right? And then so you get, like, this kind of thing, where you could get a potential gamma squeeze because of the low float and the, forced location of shares by option sellers. Obviously, that's very speculative. People may not, exercise their calls, but if they were to. So, like, when GME hit OPEX back in January, right? OPEX was here on the 15th. And so we start to see a little bit of covering, right? The price went up like a bunch. But then, T plus 1, 1, 2, and then we get some massive covering, right? And then T plus 2 after this, we get that huge run up on the 26th. And then T plus 2 after that, we get the peak. Right? So once it kicks off, it can really go fucking crazy. Could they shut it down again? Sure. Possible that Rev could squeeze to 2 or 300. It'll all depend on how much interest it attracts. What's that first T plus 2 window you just explained? Well, because OPEX causes a large amount of buying, which drives a large amount of calls in the money, right? Which then creates a gamma imbalance on the market maker side. So in T plus 2, the market maker then has to cover their gamma imbalance, which causes the price to go up, which causes more calls to go in the money. So in T plus 2, the market maker has to buy more shares, which causes more calls to go in the money, which causes more gamma imbalance, and over and over and over and over again until gamma collapses or gamma squeezes. I'm not banned from Wall Street bets. We'll see if it closes above the market cap today. I don't need to post a DD. Do you need a medic in case gamma collapses? Ooh, fun. Do you think Susquehanna is short rev? They could be. Rev keeps going down, but my calls keep going up. I love this. It's pretty fun. They're trying not to hedge, but in doing that, they're also pricing up IV, right? So IV's been at like 300%, been at like 250 to 280% on these like Jan leaps this whole time. Is it late enough for you to explain why every terrible stock is squeezing? I will in my DD. When I finish it, which hopefully really will actually be tonight. Syscon isn't officially short, Rev. They're probably not, frankly. Have you thought of reaching out to CoffeeZilla? He has a large audience you would be able to present them to. Present for them too? Who? I don't know who that is. What is Rev's September monthly date? September monthly? 16th should be. Yeah, September. It's the September 16th are the monthlies. CoffeeZilla busts crypto scams. That's cool. Somebody should. What's the time frame are we talking for Rev? A few weeks, a few months, over a year? I think a few weeks. Thank you so much, G. Answering the same questions over and over helped me build my confidence, and I became a better trader. You helped me more than you know. Thank you so much, Rob. I appreciate that, man. Congratulations. What's the price Rev has to be at to close above market cap? Like 950. Will Rev cause a squeeze on Bobby? Not necessarily, but it could. Not in the way that you're thinking it would, but it could. Is it cool with you if I share links to your new DD on socials? Yeah, that's fine. I bought my first options contract today. Scary, but I think I know what's going on. Cool. Someone on Discord said you thought put activity on the SPY today and MC looked like someone prepping for a market crash. Can you elaborate on what you saw that made you think this? Just massive loading up of put positions throughout the entire day on the like SPX and the SPY. Like this is a repositioning event, but it's a very big one. Like this whole run up is artificial. There's no sellers, and all this buy side liquidity is being satisfied synthetically, which is causing, asymmetric risk in the market, right? And the rate at which we're seeing like puts bought over calls is enormous, especially for the index, where you expect to see like a pretty even distribution of bulls and bears. Also, VIX being pretty heavily shorted the last several days. So they're trying to keep the volatility index from spiking while simultaneously going short the SPY and building long positions on the VIX. I mean, it's something. It may not be a crash, but it may be a big fucking drop. Where do you find the articles of incorporation? It should be on their investor relations website. When SPY crash? I still have 819 puts. Me too. I have most of them are in September, but I still have some 819s as well. Pelosi placing puts from the Taiwan exchange. Yeah, given that the most of the positioning for those puts is like September 16th, I would say that they expected sometime before then. Yeah, buying puts for September. Lots and lots for September. Some further out, but a big chunk for September. The majority. Shit, what happened to Rev? Not much. It went up to $10, it went back to 9. IV keeps grinding up. Look it up through Delaware Secretary of State. BMG. How is this different than previous rev runs? Reg show inclusion, FTD creation, failure to deliver as percentage of the volume traded. Rev not even close to the volume on the last run up. Is that bullish, bearish, or neutral? It's pretty bullish. What do you think happens first? Rev squeeze, SPY crash? Probably simultaneous. August OPEX is going to be very interesting market wide. Couldn't find it in the SEC's Edgar site. That's kind of weird. How far could Tesla drop overnight? Not that T plus 2 is over, like 880. I mean, T plus 2 is probably over. Yeah, overnight. I have to go look at my Tesla chart. 1 second. Yeah, like 887 is the downside resistance, although it's built up a little bit at like 898. So it'll either 898 or 887 look like the downside targets, the nearest downside targets. Tesla's building up like a really strange amount of arbitrage right now. Huh. GME dropping a little bit into close. So, you know, the effects on Revlon here are probably more macro. Why are my rev calls only up 90%? I don't know. How terrible. What an awful position to be in. Probably when you bought them versus when I bought them. I hold certs in legal research. It's beyond weird. It's really strange. Maybe it got pulled because of the bankruptcy filing? I don't know. What do you think about August 12, 37cc on GME? Too risky? I don't think it's terrible. It's a little risky because if they try to drop the price tomorrow into the FTDs that start Friday, tomorrow and the next day, really, like Wednesday, Thursday. Well, no. Okay. So if they try to drop the price tomorrow into the FTDs for Thursday, Friday, you could end up with like a relatively similar price range on the breakout. So like it may not cross 3750 right away or this week. It could, the majority of FTDs being on the 5th and the 8th. But it may not. So, well, I guess you have them for the 12th. Yeah, they're probably not the worst if you can get a good price on them. I don't like carrying them through the weekend, though. I kind of have a problem with that. Because they're so short dated that you're just going to lose a fat chunk of theta carrying them from Friday to Monday. And that might offset some of your gains. How long before you can use funds to buy options? 2 days? I don't know. You should be able to use it right away unless you have GFVs. I see the amendments to their charter, but not the charter itself. Yeah, that's really fucking odd. They washed 10 million in the money calls on floor trades in the Philly exchange. Good. Right? Like that's what we want to see. That shit's desperate. Waiting for an inexplicable negative 12% day tomorrow. I don't think the liquidity is there to short anything that hard right now. Do you plan on selling CCs for Rev in the future? Maybe. We'll see. If it short squeezes hard, I'm probably going to exercise a decent number of my contracts, right? And then like what I do with those shares will be determined based on what happens with the company. Like, if they're going to release shares at the top and I've exercised, I can sell in the money covered calls, capture a huge amount of profit from the move up, and then wait till it falls. Like, if they're going to pay off their debt, the company is easily worth like $40-50 a share. So I'd be more than happy to like just retain my long position in it. I actually don't think the company's that bad if they clear their debt. Like, I think it's a pretty decent company. They have like good revenues. Free cash flow would improve. Book value would go up drastically. Just have to see if they're smart enough to do it. Can you say with a Philly exchange FTD, washing is desperate because it's obvious. Also, it doesn't really get rid of the fail, right? It just moves it forward a couple days. So it's in an effort to prevent FTDs from piling up in one period of time. And they're already on reg show, so it's really the effect of it's even more minimized. Because at least if you wash it on like a stock that isn't on reg show, like we've seen them happen on GME, these reversal trades frequently, you can mark the FTD long and then get an extra like 35 days till you have to settle that FTD. But on reg show, even if you mark long, you're only getting an extra 13 days. Like, there's no way to avoid that 13-day settlement. So the best they're doing is moving those FTDs out 13 days from today instead of settling them today. You're still not in RAD, are you? No. I used to be, but then when it ran up like a little while ago, I guess I closed out my position. I literally have heard or asked every question about the bear case on Rev, and I'm more confident than I was in GME at this point. I'm more confident on it because I know what to look for in these plays now. I feel like our understanding of why the market reacts to these plays the way it does and the potential on them instills a lot of confidence in me investing in it. I'm assuming the Felix reversal is expensive to pull off. Not really, just very... It's on a lit exchange from a floor trade. It's just really obvious to other market participants, right? It's kind of like showing your hand in a poker game. It's not expensive. In fact, sometimes it can even be profitable to pull off reversal trades, as you can make money from the arbitrage. But, it's desperate. It's very desperate. It's why wouldn't you, if you could cover the FTDs, why wouldn't you cover the FTDs, right? Also capital intensive because those in the money calls are not cheap. Why always Philly for deep in the money calls? Susquehanna, everybody's over in Philly though. Getting squeezed on Rev 2 or just a coincidence that is XPHO? I mean, yeah, like all the major players have a desk on the Philly floor, so it's really hard to say who specifically, but I would imagine it's the same fucking group of guys, right? It's like Citadel and like who was the one Turd brought up? 2 Sigma on the low end, and then like Susquehanna JPM on the big boy end. Yeah, Susquehanna is way bigger than Citadel. They're also the largest equity owner. Ding ding. Closing out the day. Revlon's still looking really good. 483 million volume, 70% of which was internalized today. Probably failed, frankly. Tomorrow we've got T+2 from yesterday's FTDs, which is exciting, and the market maker is continuing to price in a massive amount of implied volatility. So I'm very excited about this play. BBBY started to break out into this upside gamma in the 650 range, ultimately failed and came back down. I don't think it's dead at all. Simply needs to build up some more illiquidity before it can realize some bigger moves. And most of this was probably hedging due to the move up yesterday, especially the shedding of those $6 puts. So, I wouldn't be too worried about this. It still looks like liquidity is drying up. The bid-ask spread is still widening. Right now, bid-ask spread at 6 cents, only a few days ago at a penny. So we are seeing illiquidity increase on BBBY, which is going to promote more volatility and put these short positions even more at risk. GME fell, I think, exactly in line with my expectations today, falling right in between 36 and 37.50 at its peak on very low gamma exposure, but moderately okay FTD pressure, and a little bit of active funds from the market, driving this move, mostly tracked with the SPY today, right? Maybe a little more volatile than the SPY, but still very much in line with the SPY. I think tomorrow's not going to be super spectacular on any front for GameStop, but Thursday going into Friday and Monday, we'll start to see significantly more ETF FTDs. Remember, ETF FTDs are the results of creation, and they are net short, which means that to satisfy them through CNS requires a purchase. So buy side pressure is what they generate, and that is a good thing. Market maker FTDs are a mixed bag. They don't necessarily influence price, more influence volatility. And I'm sure you'll see at the end of today that GME's IV30 has increased. I think that's about it. The SPY, I guess I could cover that. SPY moved up to retest that 412 range from yesterday, hitting a slightly lower high and then falling off almost immediately. We still see a significant amount of short positions being built up on this, and I refuse to believe that this is a turnaround in the economy or a bull rally. I think this is simply a bear rally and a large institution like investment bank reposition as we see more and more puts loaded up for the September monthly expiration, or September OPEX, which is on September 16th. We're seeing significant shorting of the VIX and long positions being built up there as well. These positions are in the billions and billions of dollars and does not bode well given the frothiness of the volatility in the market right now for the coming weeks. I think we will see some fairly significant downside in both the major indexes, significant upside in volatility, which should create some very interesting scenarios for these small and mid-cap stocks that we're so interested in. That's it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today. I appreciate it. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Good night, guys.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.